Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Mukluk Streams. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk. And today we are starting back off in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, which is Tyria, by the way. Did you know that? Hello there. We're gonna wait a few minutes for people to file in and take their seats and get their popcorn, all that good stuff. And then we have got some stuff that I'm really excited for tonight. We got two really cool things on the docket. The first thing is I have got the recording of the stream that they did a few hours ago. When I say they, I mean Guild Wars 2 themselves did a stream where they showcased a whole bunch of stuff involving the spears that are being added in the Janthir Wilds expansion. Now, I don't care about spoilers or anything like that. If you want to talk about it, that's totally fine. This is freaking combat abilities. But I will say I haven't seen any of it yet. I've seen memes that heralds are not happy and that warriors are not happy, but beyond that, I haven't really seen it. So we'll be watching that. It's long. It's like counting all the breaks and stuff, which, you know, here in the future we get the chance to fast forward through those. It's like 2 hours long. So we might be watching it on higher speed. We'll see. But we will be going through that. And after we have gotten through that, which will probably be 2 to 3 hours into the stream, the Riftbreaker. Anyone who's seen my stream intro, it was the first game I did like a review for, besides Guild Wars 2, who's been here for Mutiny Monday. The Riftbreaker had a new expansion hit today.
Hey, look, it's
their next expansion came out. And also, and I do not have a referral link, this is not me trying to sell you anything, I'm just telling you, if you got the same taste as I do, I believe the Riftbreaker and all of its many expansions, they got 3 now, are on sale for like 45% off right now. So, big value for any of that stuff if you're interested. Except, of course, the brand new expansion. That one is normal price. Did you finish trying all DPS build? There's like 54 of them. No. Okay, so there's 9 professions, and each profession has 3 elite specs. So there's 27 elite specs, and each elite specs has like power and condi builds. So there's like 54 elite spec builds for damage. And that's not even counting the fact that some of them have different builds for different weapon types. No. For pure DPS, I've done like less than 10. And there's like 54. I will probably not finish trying all of them before Janthir comes out. And then I'm just going to start a new series of I tried this guy with a pony stick. I tried spears. Dredge DLC soon. That is lower on my radar than Riftbreaker, but I'm happy to play that once we get to it. It's kind of the same way I feel about the Elden Ring DLC. By the way, guys, I've got the Elden Ring DLC. I've reinstalled Elden Ring. I will have to relearn how to play it. I haven't touched it since I beat the last boss of the story so long ago. I don't intend to start a new character. I intend to just relearn my old one. But yeah, at some point we'll get to the Elden Ring DLC, but it's not going to be like in the near future. I want to knock out some of the projects we're currently in the middle of first. Hey, Muck, want to say hi. Hi, Mr. Robinson. What's up? Going with the old one is good. Yeah, I mean, I remember being happy with how, because like, you know, in mini games, like Lies of P, I liked Lies of P. The second half of Lies of P, when I got a bunch of items and got like a build going that I enjoyed, I really liked it. Like, I loved the second half of my adventure through Lies of P more than the first half. Same thing with Elden Ring. I really liked, in my playthrough of like 100 hours or something, I really liked the second half of the playthrough more than the first half of the playthrough because like I had then, you know, kind of gotten the character how I liked it. Evening all, and oh dang, I just saw Muck come online on YouTube and opened it and then loaded Twitch and clicked YouTube away. It was seamless. Yes, I'm live on both. Hello to Twitch and hello to YouTube. We are... Every time I stream, since like last October, I stream to both platforms and you can watch on whatever one you prefer. Yep. Hi, Muck. Hi, Kishin. I should make some popcorn. Noxxi's been tweeting about popcorn a lot. Apparently, Noxxi bought a popcorn maker and is just, like, now very passionate about making perfect popcorn. Still hope Elden Ring will come to GFN eventually. I don't know. I mean, I could message Mr. GFN and be like, hey, put Elden Ring on there. They probably have to have talks with the company overseas to make that happen. Because I think they have to talk with each publisher. I think they can't just, like, slap whatever games they want on there. Let's see. Okay. Monk, your stream's PG, right? Why are you spanking wood? It was discipline. I'm doing it like a proper parent. It was acting up. It was screaming in the restaurant. Monk is also playing a flute. Yes, like a snake charmer, but tentacles. Any appropriate innuendo spotted. Yep. Alright. Praise Joko. Last guild hall. GeForce will be later. No, we have finished the GeForce. I'm keeping the link, the exclamation GFNT command, if anybody, needs opportunity to use that in the future. I'm just going to keep that command there, but the rest of the stuff related to the promotion is complete. But anytime someone in the future asks me about it, I could just be like, oh yeah, here's the link, go for it. It is a good product, and it is one I'm still going to be using. I was actually really impressed by how well it ran V Rising. Like, I literally... Like, if I play Guild Wars 2 on GeForce Now, like, occasionally it might feel slightly different from local, but not often. V Rising, there was not a single moment when I was playing it that I remembered that I was on GeForce Now. It was that seamless. And I was, like, doing, fights where I had to do, like, split-second dodges and stuff like that. So I was actually pretty impressed by that. Let's see. Okay, we're done with that. All right, so just going to get the alt part characters, and then we'll swap over to watch the spear news. Evening, Monk. Hope you're doing well. Did you already discuss spears? About to. We are going to in just a couple minutes. Kikasio. Are you going to continue using GeForce Now yourself? Yeah. So the first time they sponsored me was like a year ago, and I've been using it on and off ever since. Anytime, like, it's a tool. Like, I don't use it for all my gaming, but there's many times where I'm like, oh, the best thing to do would be to just play this there. They should have enough money to add Elden Ring. I'm not sure if they have to pay the publisher for that or not. Or if they just, like, work out some kind of a deal. Why do I have a leaf on my head? What did that person do to me? Why do you have a human? It's my oldest non-deleted character. So he's over, like, 11 years old. He's almost the same age as my kid. But he gets the birthday presents. Is there a CPU and GPU build that you would recommend specifically for Guild Wars 2? I'm not really a hardware guy. I'm very much anytime that I feel my computer's acting up, I go to other people that I trust, and I'm like, hey, recommend me some stuff, and then I buy what they tell me to buy. So I definitely do not feel qualified to answer that. But we do have a Tech Talk channel on our Discord with a whole bunch of gurus and nerds. And if you want to ask any of them that question, they would probably be able to answer it better than I could. And if you want it, let's see. There you go. There's a link to the Discord. Ivan says, I'm a computer guy, buy a Honda Civic. There you go. Reminds me of those memes with the lady from Elden Ring, and she's like, allow me to give you an Accord, and then it shows her offering, like, an Accord, like the car. Hey, I'm like, hi, Heisen. The name of the map pops in your screen when you change maps? Yeah, that's normal. Did you turn that off? I'm lying. That's a mod. That is a module called Regions of Tyria, which is a plugin for the Blish HUD overlay. Exclamation Blish if you want it. It's just a fun thing. Hey, Muck, looking forward to hearing your take on spears. I'm looking forward to taking on spears. I will find it. I don't know what's happening, other than Heisen is disappointed in what Revenants are getting, and Warriors are sad. That's it. And I know that just through memes. I've seen memes about that. Haven't seen it yet, though. Ranger looks boring in comparison to the others. I'll find out soon. Like the Ellie one looks kind of cool and engaging. I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want to draw a giant circle and have to stand in the circle. I'm much more excited, even if it's just, like with a ranger, even just the ability to have it be a ranged and melee weapon, than to do that. Ah! Let me out. Wood spears? Never heard of it. That's a weird joke. Mesmer is super pretty. Don't need pretty. Don't need more flashing things. We're all gonna be blinded anyway when all 10 of us are in a pile. Dismount. There we go. No, it interrupted me with a tractor beam. There. Okay. Look, it's me again. I don't play Guild Wars 2 anymore. You're awesome. Thanks, Mr. Robinson. It's very important for Mesmers to look pretty while confusing everyone in a 10-mile radius. Best computer setup is GeForce now. Yeah. Okay, last thing here, almost done. Just gonna use the converters. And that and that. Okay. Alright. Let's get this set up here. Should I just put this on the main screen? Maybe. Okay. Let's turn that down. Let's get this opened up. And I'm wondering if I... Hold on. How does it look if I do that? Just gonna click around in the showcase. Seeing what screen real estate that they are using. Okay, I guess that's fine. Alright. So yeah, I'll just close Guild Wars 2. And we'll just watch this. Okay. Let's see. Get right here. All right. I'm going to do this in YouTube mode because later on this is going to become a video. And yeah. In the past, a long time ago, what I used to do is I would like watch these things and then I would try to record a video where I explained everything they said faster. And I'm sure people appreciated that because I would turn like a 2-hour broadcast into a 30-minute video. But because of my self-imposed schedule, I would be like sweating to get that video done within like 3 hours so that it was done by the evening stream so I could do the evening stream. And we're beyond that now. We're beyond that now. However, this is quite long. We might turn it up. Let's see. Do you have to watch Laura's version again? Oh man, I hope not. I hope not. All right, going into YouTube mode. All right, hello gamers, Mukluk here, and today Guild Wars 2 did a live stream about the Janthier Wilds Spear preview, where they are going to be showing off a bunch of stuff related to the upcoming weapons being added to the game. This is a long broadcast. The VOD for it is almost 2 hours long, so I'm going to be speeding it up a little bit, and with the awesome part about watching this in the future is we can fast forward through the boring part, so we can skip ahead and shave some time off of it. I guess if you're watching this on YouTube later, you'll be able to immediately see how long this video is. Yeah, we'll see. I'll timestamp all of the classes so you can jump to the ones you care about. I have already seen memes that Warriors and Revenants are upset. I don't know what about. I've just seen that in meme land. And yeah, all right. So jumping into it. Let's make sure the volume's okay. And then let's skip.
Designer here with Cal Cohen, and we are here to show you the new spears coming in EX5
right,
with
Taylor and
Janthier
Cal.
Wilds. Cal, how are you today?
Great. This is obviously not the balance update preview, but you know, we got some. Obviously, Roy is not here with us today, unfortunately.
Hey, Atlanta Braves.
So
That's near where I
Taylor
live.
is running the stream, and we'll hopefully make it
Don't
work.
stalk me, chat.
Obviously, if you miss Roy, feel free to leave those comments in Twitch, on social media. Do our best.
Skipping.
Initial information that we'll give you about spears, but now we're going to give you all the information about spears. So we'll go through all the skills, talk about some of the design thoughts behind them. For all 9 spears, Ellie, we're doing it last because there's 26 skills, so anyone who wants to leave at that point can. But the Ellie players, you know, they waited for their blog, and they can wait for their full reveal here. It is a long-ranged damage-dealing weapon.
That's fantastic. He's like, they waited once, and they can do it again.
There are no melee skills. Yeah, let's just hop in. We're going to talk a little bit about... I guess we have some preamble to do. So we have the beta next week, obviously, and we're going to see a couple things that are not completely finalized yet. There's going to be some temporary art, some temporary audio.
I want to apologize for how scratchy his mic sounds. That's just in the recording. It's like peaking a lot, and just... Yeah, I'm not an audio engineer, but even I am picking up on it. I'm just like, wince, wince, wince.
Mostly going through polish, but there's some things that, you know, are going to get a little bit more polished than others. So if you notice those things during the beta, that's very expected. And we're also going to see some temporary UI art as well. Not the art that we had for the last beta with all the construction man icons. We've kind of got a new set of beta icons that will show off as we get into the professions that do their best to communicate more information about the skills. They're, you know, generic. We're using them on each profession, but there's stuff for, like, you know, here's a basic melee attack, here's a cone AoE, here's a CC skill. Just so that at a glance you can look at your bar and have a better feeling of what these skills should do, and that should hopefully, you know, make the beta feel a bit better than the last one, where it was more difficult to figure out exactly what skill was which on the bar.
So what he's referring to is in the previous time that they did a weapon beta, there was this icon that was on the weapons. It was like a placeholder icon, and it was just like a construction worker sign of like a guy like digging, I think it was. But it literally just looked like a road sign. And every single icon, every single buff related to the new weapons had that icon. And some of them were blue, some yellow, some purple. And so he's basically saying that they've changed the icons for some of these skills.
Taylor, anything to add before we hop into the spears?
I think that pretty much covers it. So we can get started. Take us in-game. We'll start with...
So glancing down... Oh, Untamed. Nice. Glancing down at the bar at the bottom, I immediately noticed like a sword, probably auto attack. That I'm guessing is like a cone. That's a ranged button. That's a movement skill. This is utility.
Ranger. Go in order of the spear blogs. Pretty sensible order. As you can see on the UI, these are what the new icons look like. What Cal was talking about, like this will be a cone ability, this is a ranged ability, movement.
I'm resisting the urge to pause over every single icon and read it because I'm sure they're going to show it very soon, and then we'll do that.
All the icons have a bit of meaning, so you can like glance down. Like you can't really encapsulate everything a skill does with just like one icon, and so you know, just because it has a movement doesn't mean it won't CC, for example. But you know, it should help you at least get a better idea when just glancing down at your skill bar. So we can just start looking at Ranger. So the first part is the auto attack, which I know everyone got excited about. It's a new mechanic where it will be melee when you're in melee range, and then ranged at range, so you can hover over.
So something chain. It's got a cripple. If they're far away, use bee sting instead. Have you heave your spear, gaining swiftness if you strike an enemy. If your enemy's far away, use bee sting instead. I'm guessing bee sting is that. Dude, it's like it's off the top of the screen. I complained about this when I was trying to learn Spectre and Firebrand recently, is I kept having to go to the wiki for skills because they would be off the top of my monitor and off the bottom of my monitor. And then the ambush is down here and it goes off the bottom. So you can't even see what the ambush does other than the damage and life siphon is on every single ambush, and then there's more utility after. We can't see what the utility is. Okay.
And you can see that when you strike it says that there's a range threshold, and so when you're in the range threshold, it will use these melee skills, but if not, it will use Bee Sting, which is a range skill. So you can see I walk up to this column, 1, 2, 3, melee chaining like that, but if I target this column over here, I'll throw my spear instead, all by using just the one key. So other than that, pretty simple, should hopefully feel pretty fluid to use. And so we can move on to the 2 skill.
Not saying any dots.
The 2 skill is going to be Mongoose.
Swipe at enemies in front of you, cleaving them. Wolf's Onslaught is the stealth version of this skill, which slashes enemies in front of you, then follows up with a powerful blow. Both versions do vulnerability. The second one does revealed on you. Okay, so because you're coming out of stealth, so it's going to put revealed on you. Okay.
This is Frenzy base. You can see from the icon, it's going to be more of a cone hitbox.
Second one does double damage.
Do some vulnerability in front of you. This is kind of be your bread and butter melee skill. Nothing too complicated here. So moving over to the 3.
I actually like the graphic of that. It reminds me a lot of the Serpent Strike animation in Last Epoch, for anyone who's played that. Wait, I just noticed the name of his freaking dumb lizard is Roy. with his big old googly eyes.
Skill, we have Falcon Stoop. This is going to be like a heavy toss, kind of like ranged maul almost. Definitely want to dodge it. You can see it has that like powerful glow to look out for. It'll do some damage again.
Fling your spear at an enemy doing heavy damage. Damage is increased against immobilized, disabled, or defiant foes, and cripple. If stealth, Owl's flight, the spear will be wider and unblockable and pierces.
You know, immobilized or CC'd enemies.
Is that an existing pet? Yeah, that's a reef drake, I think. Funny enough, it is able to do a confusion field, but only when you're underwater.
So then we can go to Warclaw's Engage, which is your movement ability.
Or chaos field, not confusion field. I'm confused.
It's going to be a simple kind of like leap at your enemy. So targeted, leap, boom, engage.
Hold on. Okay. Something damaging enemies, damage to foes below the threshold. So if they're below 50% health, it does 20% more damage. You are evading for 3/4 of a second during the leap. It is a leap, so it'll do leap combos. If you're stealthed and you do it, it also does daze and 300 CC,
which is your movement ability.
From the daze.
It's going to be a simple kind of like leap at your enemy. So targeted, leap, boom.
I love targeted movements. I don't know. Anyone else with me on this? I like targeted movements more with like the reticule so much. Like Ranger Staff 3 is like that. And it's so much easier in like PvP to just be like, throw myself in that direction, or throw myself that way, or throw myself backward if it's a targeting reticule. Because if it's like a something that goes to your target, then sometimes I have to like U-turn my character, make sure I click on the ground to lose my target, then I can use Greatsword 3 to swoop away. But I have to make sure I untarget things first. I love when the moves use a reticule like this for just like how it feels.
You can see you got that cool Jantherian Warclaw VFX going on.
Yeah, that's the
as for what it does,
same Warclaw skin that they are adding in Janthier, because we noticed the similarity in some of the previous pictures they did.
It's pretty simple. It does damage, and it has like an execute, so if you like whittle them down from range and then jump in, it'll do a bit more damage. So pretty simple skill. Also has a bit of an evade on top of it, as we have like a lot of our leaps have like a defensive component to make it, you know, feel better to engage with. But we can go down to the 5th skill.
Curious where the evade is. Because if you leap a long distance, it might take more than 3/4 of a second to cross that distance. So, is the evade at the front end or the back end of the ability? Example, Greatsword 3 on a ranger, you charge forward and then you do like a leaping strike at the end of, like you run in a line, then leap strike. And the leapy part at the end has an evade on it. The beginning running bit doesn't. Just curious. Panther's Prowl, the 5. Conceal yourself in the brush, gaining stealth. So 5 just stealths you. If you hit the 5 again, it becomes Spiderweb. Throw out a net, damaging and immobilizing enemies on impact. Foes in the net are crippled. Your pet becomes excited for the hunt, gaining super speed for 3 seconds. You throw a net, your pet's like, whoo boy! It does damage, does immobilize, cripple, super speed. Web duration is 4 seconds. Wait, the immobilize is 2 seconds, but the web duration is 4 seconds. Does the net pulse the immobilize?
Oh, Panther's Prowl.
Is it like an
After you read
entangling
the
root?
blog, you know, this is where it gets a bit interesting. So this will just stealth you and flip over your skills. They all have their own stealth attack version. And so if we go back down the line, you can stealth, and you'll see that it turns into Wolf's Onslaught, where you'll do the swipes again, and then follow up with a wolf, kind of spirit animal, as you jab. And then we can go down to the 3rd skill, which becomes Owl's Flight. You'll throw your spear again, but it'll be kind of like encapsulated in an owl spirit. It'll become wider and unblockable and pierce, so pretty good, like in World v. World scenarios where there's a lot of enemies, you want to, you know, poke them down at range.
So you can give them the bird.
Pretty simple there. And so then we get to Predator's Ambush, which for Warclaw's Engage was basically the same skill, except you're also going to daze, so this is a CC skill. You know, in PvE, if there's break bar, that's what you're going to be wanting to use your stealth charges on. If not, you can also engage if you want to, you know, give up some damage for a better CC initiation. You can do that as well. And so the last skill is going to be Spider's Web, which is if you use the 5 again after...
I'm curious what the cooldown on going stealth is going to be on this weapon. Right now, during this demonstration, they have, like, no cooldowns on anything, but just curious what it's going to be later on.
After stealthing, you'll throw out a net fashioned like a spider's web to capture enemies. It'll immobilize on the initial hit, and then it'll persist to cripple people that walk over it. It also gives your pet some super speed, so, you know, if you have a melee pet, you're at range, you can throw it out, and it'll move them, and they'll run to it. Or if you're a soul beast, it'll help you run.
I like the persisting for a few seconds thing. Reminds me of the Muddy Terrain skill, which does not see a lot of action in gameplay. There's a few niche situations, but it's a fun skill, but it's just, it has a lot of competition for your utility slots.
Into it too. So pretty good, pretty fun. So yeah, that's kind of the concept of the weapon. You know, you have like your melee skill, range skill, initiation. With your auto attack, you're able to just like auto at range, then, you know, whittle them down. And then they get low, you could like jump in, do that.
It said 10-second recharge on the tooltip. Oh, right on. I missed it.
At any point, if you want to empower or to kite away, you can stealth, then re-engage with a more powerful skill. And then I'm already an Untamed, so the Untamed Ambush is kind of like a conal sweep. You just big AoE damage. Yep. So pretty good for, again, like those AoE cleave, World v World scenarios, to just like throw it out.
Looked like it left poison on him too.
So yeah. It's aimed to be
It's interesting, there's no Condi anywhere on the weapon, but then the Untamed Ambush does poison. Now, granted, a power build that has poison is certainly not bad. If you can, you know, in PvP, just whether the poison does damage or not, it does a healing debuff, which is really nice. In PvE, though, it's just like, does it do damage or does it not?
Pretty versatile weapon. You know, you can do a lot with it, whatever you want to do. Power DPS focused, I think. Covered it, now I'm kind of rambling. Can you think of anything, Cal, I need to mention about this weapon?
No, I think you covered it. Stuff. You
let's
know,
see
Taylor did a lot of work on this weapon, so it's probably broken, as usual.
See,
I don't have a whole lot to add.
Awesome. So we can.
So, really quick, let's back up for a minute here. So, I'm a Ranger main. I'll probably have more to say about this weapon than any of them so far. Thoughts on this? Nothing about this weapon does anything that I saw related to keeping boons up or support on the team. So, at the very least, I don't think Heal Druid or Heal Untamed would touch this for any reason. In PvE DPS, it's all going to matter how much damage it does once we get a hold of it and we try it on a golem, and then you know, that will determine, like, can I replace my current weapon with this when I do fractals, when I do strikes, etc., etc. If it is at least breaking even with some of the current things that we use, such as like sword axe combo or great sword, or maces or hammer, if it's at least keeping up with them, then it will probably see some gameplay because of the ranged option. If it can keep up with them in damage and then it's also ranged, great, you know? Even if it's like, you know, let's like 1k, 2k less, it might still see some action by people that just prefer it because it'll be melee and ranged both. And that can be pretty cool. In PvP, again, it's going to depend. It's basically power. It's going to depend how bursty it is. But it's definitely got some cool stuff. It's got the stealth. It's got a movement skill with a reticule, which I personally like. It's got a immobilize, cripple, and then damage. And then it's just how much damage. Is it enough damage? So I think those are the builds that might consider this.
See,
I don't have a whole lot to add.
Awesome. So we can take a look at Necromancer next.
Some people are saying that the cameras are too big too on the gameplay screen.
Okay, I can.
If you want to mess around with that.
They don't like looking at us. Like, we're not.
Since Cal just said that to Taylor, I'm guessing they're in like a Discord call type of thing, and Taylor is the one broadcasting the stream to the Guild Wars 2 Twitch, and then Cal is just like in like a video call with him, so Taylor's got like a screen capture on both of them.
We're not the main.
I've done that on my streams before.
No, back in my day, when I watched streams on Twitch,
Guild
Wars 2 gameplay PvP streams, certain streamers may have put the camera to be about half of their screen, so I think we're being fairly generous. But
What?
we can make some adjustments.
I will say, all right, Cal's time as a content creator for Guild Wars 2 was before I ever made my first guide video. So I don't know who he's bashing right now, saying certain streamers had their cameras half their screen. You guys will have to tell me if you've been in the community longer than I have.
All right. Let me see if I can resize these.
Oh, you know what? I have a question. Did they ever show the range, the max range of the ranged spear auto attack? Did anybody see that? I don't want to go back through the whole thing for that, but I'm not sure if they showed that. I'm curious about that.
When I watch streams on,
I remember when they showed that freaking wall of tooltips on the 1 key.
On Twitch,
So it was off the screen.
PvP streams. Certain streamers may have put the camera to be about half of their screen.
Did they show the ambush? Yes, they did.
Generous.
Nefo
But
says 900.
we can make some adjustments, I think.
All right. Let me see if I can resize these down.
Well, while Taylor's fiddling with this, I can talk a little bit about the overview of the Necro, and then we'll obviously hop into the skills. So, as we mentioned in the blog, the Necro Spear is supposed to be like a little bit more of an assassin-y type kit, so a little bit more mobility, maybe a little bit more burst than...
So real quick, looking down at the hotbar down there, we've got a sword, a cone, a spiral, maybe a CC, maybe a pull, a ranged button, and not sure what that one is. Maybe it's just a big ground targeted ability.
A lot of existing Necro weapons, which we're going to...
Oh shoot, hey Frosty, I haven't seen you in ages. Hope you're doing good.
See with the... Or we'll probably go in order, so it'll be a little confusing because some of the important skills are on the back half of the bar. But that's fine. We also see some soul shards building up. This is the third hit of the auto attack chain getting it here. But these are generated by...
Okay, so 2 quick thoughts. 1, we can see the soul shards floating around the character there. 2, there is a buff down here. Hopefully there'll be a better way of displaying it, but that's what we can see right now.
All the skills except for this 2-slot skill, and these are essentially life-stealing...
Perfect.
I don't know what word I'm looking for. Implements, objects that...
Slash foes hits up to 3 targets. Slice foes hits up to 3 targets. Stab foes and chill them hits up to 3 targets. Soul shard, chill, more damage. So every 3 hits gives a soul shard and chills.
Are consumed by the 2 skill to lifesteal, and they do increased lifesteal damage against low health targets and increased healing while you're low health. So
I remember when we saw the Necro preview, I specifically mentioned, this all looks cool. I hope there's some kind of UI element down here. I specifically said I hope they do not have the thing buried in the the stuff down here. For example, what's a good solution? Deadeye Malice, is it called? You could tell I don't main it. They've got like pips up here above their endurance bar. That would be perfect for soul shards. You could just like put those up there. Like, just, something, like, right there that's not going to be buried. Like, right now, these icons, for anyone who's like, Muck, you're being silly about this, mine go behind my map, okay? It's getting really rough at endgame with a number of icons that they have shoved down here. Mine literally go behind the map.
You can kind of create situations where you're on low health and your enemy's on low health. You should find yourself with the advantage, because if you can generate some soul shard, then you'll be able to fire off your 2 skill, do a decent chunk of damage, also get some good life stealing back. The auto attack also does a little bit of chill here on the end, obviously get some life force, and create that soul shard. Nothing too crazy. But we can move on to the 2 skill, which is called Perforate.
I think the problem is that it's weapon specific, not class specific. Sure, but what you could do, like, okay, for example, for Scourge and Reaper and Core, there's a Shroud Bar type thing over here. There's space up here. On Ranger, Druid has a bar there. Soul Beast and Untamed have a button there. So if Ranger had a Soul Shard mechanic, they would just need to make sure to have it be like a little bit higher than where the Druid bar would be if they were a Druid, and boom, problem solved. Like, you are right, but at the same time, that is something that could easily be worked around in development.
And this is the skill that consumes all of your active soul shards. So other attacks from your auto or the 3, 4, 5 or your shroud skills, none of those things will consume the shards, so you can build them up to this kind of big moment of power with Perforate, which also does increase damage against low health foes. So that on top of the...
So 20% bonus damage if they are below 50% health. Also does bonus damage per soul shard, up to 3 targets, 300 range.
The soul shard execute damage, you can potentially create some pretty big burst with...
I like the graphic
build
of
up 6 soul shards, Perforate, big damage against low health foes. And we'll see a little bit later in the kit that there are some ways to recharge this skill as well, so that you'll have even more opportunities to set up that burst and, go in on low health targets and really punish them. But next we have skill 3. We talk about skill 3, which is
Daze your target and gain life force and soul shards. If your target is using a skill, the daze duration's extended and you gain additional life force and soul shards. Oh my god, it's like a counterspell mechanic. If you have a number of soul shards above the threshold when you activate this skill, your target is also immobilized. So if you have 4 or more shards, it's a root. And if you hit them in the middle of a skill, it's a 1.5. Oh my god. Okay, if they're not in the middle of a skill, it's a 1/4 second daze. If they're in the middle of a skill, it's a 1.5 second daze. So it's 6 times longer. Now, 1.5 seconds, but still. 250 CC.
The meta for skill names for spears is that one-word names are now, in vogue. We're not doing alliteration as much anymore. We want some cool verbs for skill names. So here we have Addle. This is a disruptive skill where it's going to daze your target. It's going to generate some life force. It's going to give you some soul shards. If you strike a target that is using a skill, you're going to get more of all that. So more soul shards, more daze duration, more life force. We're also going to see that if you already have a number of soul shards, this skill will also immobilize. So if you have 4 or more soul shards, pressing this button will guarantee immobilize. You'll still get the daze. You can still get the bonus effect daze against enemy using a skill.
They talk too slow. Yeah, okay. Last time I did one of these, I did it 50% faster. I usually watch at 2x speed. I'm weird like that. There was a lot of people in the YouTube comment section that were like, I couldn't understand it at 1.5. So this time, I could watch it at 1.0, but it's a 2-hour-long broadcast. And I got a lot I want to get through today, so anything to trim that down a little bit. So we're watching it on 1.25. So it's 25% faster than normal cal.
But also gives you that mode to set up your final burst with Perforate. So potentially a nice little disruptive element. Poured in. Well, we'll talk about that skill right now. We're going to get the teleport on skill 4.
Okay, pause. Isolate. Throw a spear at your target. If it strikes a foe, inflicts Vuln and Chill, and you may reactivate to teleport to that foe. It's 1200 range and unblockable. Teleport to the foe marked by Isolate. Recharge Perforate and gain 3 soul shards. Gain additional soul shards if there are no enemies nearby. So if you throw this and it hits someone, you can hit it again, teleport right on top of them. You have 3 shards and you can immediately hit your 2 key for the burst. However, that if you're starting the fight right there, then you're just doing your 2 with only 3 shards out of a max of, 6?
This is Isolate. This is a ranged throw a spear at your target, and it will mark them, and you can then reactivate the skill to teleport into your target. And the extra hook to this skill does some Vuln, does some Chill, but it also, if you target an isolated foe, that's the name, but a foe who has no allies around of their own, you're going to get some bonus soul shards when you teleport in. The other nice thing about the teleport here is that it's going to recharge Perforate, so you can fire off Perforate, then throw Isolate, pour it in, recharges Perforate, or it's just more of a guarantee that any.
I wonder on which character is going to be the first one that we see uses their second hand for this 2-handed weapon.
Anytime you want to pour it in on somebody, you will have access to your final burst skill with Perforate. You'll generate some soul shards. If they're isolated, you'll get the cap of soul shards immediately, then you can fire off your burst with the 2. One nice bonus of this skill as well is that it will recharge itself when you exit Death Shroud. This gives like 1 extra angle for a lot of fun resets on this hit, where you obviously have the 2 reset by the 4. The 4 is reset by Shroud, so we can see Taylor pressing all his buttons here and potentially creating some pretty exciting burst combos where you can fire off your 2 skill multiple times in a row, generate some soul shards multiple times in a row, actually leave your Shroud burst in there, and then come back out, have another opportunity to maybe pour it on a new enemy, or go on the same one and recharge your Perforate again, and just keep unloading damage. Finally, we have the final skill on the kit, which is Extirpate, and this is
Is that a real word? Perform a wide swing that removes boons from foes and negates the next few boons applied to them. Negates boon application. That's interesting. We've never had that. Gain soul shards and might for each foe struck. Okay. Does some damage. Gives you might. Gives you soul shards. Does 3 stacks of extirpation on the target, which blocks 3 boons, or it wears off after 4 seconds. And it can hit 5 targets. So it removes 3 boons, and then blocks the application of up to 3 more boons. The most needed of which in PvP is stability, of course. So in total, this can remove 6 boons on 5 targets in front of you from the equation. Actually, is it in front of you? It says perform a wide swing, but it also labels it world.
A
Let's
sweeping
keep watching.
AoE attack that's going to give you some might.
Okay, so it's all around.
Generate some soul shards for each target hit. And it's going to apply a new debuff that is specific to this skill. It's called Extirpation. You know, a very lovely noun version of the word. But the way that this debuff is going to work is that it will negate incoming boons, but it's stack-based. So it's kind of similar to Winds of Disenchantment we've seen on Spellbreaker, but that is just as long as you have the debuff, you have the boon debuff. This is a stack-based version of that, so it will prevent a number of incoming
What did their
boons.
chat say about this?
You know, this applies, say...
Sheesh, CMC teaching us English. Winds of Disenchantment. Who? Oh, that sounds fun. What? Boon immunity? This is the worst thing you could do. Please don't. Oh, that's fun.
3 stacks. The next 3 boon applications on that target, if you have the debuff, will be negated. And they will, you know, just do nothing.
Real quick, I'm reminded...
so you can power through that if you want.
There we go. I'm reminded, in my time in World of Warcraft, one sec.
Build nerds rejoice.
Heck yeah, Rob, thank you. In my time in World of Warcraft, included when Death Knights first were added. And when they were first added, they got this skill, and I think it was called Festering Strike, and it attacked heal over times. It fought against, like, it basically would do debuffs that, like, prevented the application or removed heal over times that were on the target, and then it would, like, turn them into dots. So imagine, like, I hit you, and the next time you get regen, you poison yourself. It was like that. And after, like, a year, they just removed it, because they tried balancing it so many times, and it wasn't fun to play. Well, it was fun to play as a Death Knight. It wasn't fun for anybody else. But, you know, you were basically just like a druid killer in that game, because they excelled at heal over times. Was it Necrotic Strike? It might have been. But the first version of it, it went through a lot of iterations. But it's kind of funny, because this is really similar to something I saw just get removed, because they were like, I give up on this. We can't balance this.
To get a bunch of boons from, you know, especially like World v World, we feel that this is going to be a little bit less impactful just because there's so many boons that will remove these stacks. But potentially more.
Also, just throwing it out there, Necromancer is getting another weapon that has nothing to do with necromancy.
In PvP situations, you can...
Don't get me wrong, I like it. I'm not saying they need to change it. I think it's funny at this point.
Boon rep, get some of that boon negation, and really focus that target down while they're unable to get, you know, prot or regen or whatever. Obviously, this is like a pretty powerful effect. It's something that can be fairly scary. We're going to be keeping a close eye on it during the beta, see if the number of stacks is right, if the full negation is right. You know, should this end up being similar to what we did with Disenchantment in World v World, where it is just a duration-based adjustment. But we are starting with the most powerful version, and we'll probably see how it plays, see if we need to adjust the number of stacks, or, you know, what we need to do to make sure this mechanic is not oppressive while still feeling impactful.
All right, real quick, my thoughts on this weapon after going through everything. In PvP, it might be tricky to stick to your target. You know, yeah, you throw the thing, you teleport to them. There's a moment that you can do some damage, but then they can run. And you, unless you follow it up with something else, like maybe like Chill to the Bone or something like that. If you use this on a Reaper, like after you port in, you're gonna need to do some kind of follow up to keep them from getting away. Problems that may ensue. The soul shards. They really need a better UI element for this. Right now, it's looking like Elementalist pistol, which is awful to keep track of. Unless you've used it so much, you can do it all internally. But if you're like newish to LE pistol, it's really rough keeping track of it and not making mistakes because it's just hidden in the sea of icons. And that's how this is. I would love to see a UI element for this. Additionally, the boon thing. The boon thing could very easily become hella problematic, which is what he was just talking about. And he's saying, like, yeah, if this ends up just rolling people in the... Because, like, imagine you're in a World v World blob, and you clash in with another blob and pass each other, and you look down at your buff bar, and it's like, yeah, the next 17 boons that hit you are going to be negated. And you're just like, what? And, like, you can't recover for a while, and then they just hit you again.
Well, it is pretty exciting. Mark that one off of the preview teasers, because is the unique debuff, or whatever Taylor called it when he was making these teasers. I believe that's all we have to talk about on Necro.
Yep, sounds good.
So we can hop over to the... What are we
Presumably your blob could also have a Necro.
Guardian.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, if you've got a few of those Spear Necros in your group, it could you could end up with a big stack of that, assuming it stacks above 3.
Make sure to hydrate if you're watching. or not watching. Maybe you're just listening.
All right, Guardian.
Wow, we have blue icons too.
Yeah, we had a lot of colors with these icons. They're pretty good. So Guardian is a weapon that is going to be kind of a hybrid. It has some supportive elements, but it also has damage capabilities. Kind of calling back to old, maybe World v World Guardian playstyles where you had like damage-oriented stats, but you also did some support to the group. Is kind of where we're going, like almost like Hammerish. Of Hammer, you know, less CC, but a bit more healing, condition cleanse, that type of deal. So we can start with the auto attack, which a lot of people realized. This was what we were talking about. We were talking about a
Daybreak Slash. Swing your spear, send out a wave of light in front of you that damages enemies and heals allies. 350 range, so short. Well, you could say long melee range or short range, but it's a AOE healing auto attack.
Yeah, old fan favorite coming back. It has a cone auto attack on it. So that's obviously like the old staff auto. Everyone loved it. And so, you know, pretty basic auto. But it's also going to heal allies in the wave.
Did they love it?
So this golem is on my
loot
team.
Stick,
damage.
loot stick,
you can see it's also getting a bit of heals.
loot
So
stick
just
is
by
back. The boy.
autoing, you're gonna like do some decent damage. Also get some team support. Pretty good. Then we can move on to the 2 skill, Helio Rush.
Charge forward, strike enemies, damage allies you damage allies. Heal allies you pass through. Upon striking an enemy, your next spear tag is illuminated. Illuminated is allies you pass through are healed for more and gain boons. Does damage, does healing, does double healing if illuminated, does resolution. Your next spear tag is illuminated. Max count 2. Oh, it holds charges. Okay.
Helio Rush, you're gonna charge in a direction and hit enemies. And it will give you illuminated if you hit an enemy. So illuminated is Guardian's like little mechanic attached to the weapon. Basically, the 2 through 5 all have little bonuses while you're illuminated. So you want to use your skills in kind of unique ways, almost, to guarantee those like little conditions are met, so you can get illuminated and get some value out of it. So Helio Rush is also going to heal enemy or allies you pass through. So if you pass through an enemy and then also get an ally, you'll do pretty well, and then if you use it while illuminated, the heal will be stronger, and you'll also gain, what is this? Resolution. That is the name of the boon. And so, moving on to the 3 skill, we have a Gleaming Disc. You'll spin around and strike enemies, and after a short delay, do a burst that will damage them again. It's also going to give you some might to allies, and if you're illuminated, it's going to grant fury to allies and also blind enemies. See there, that was the illuminated version, the basic version, and illuminated. Moving on to the 4 skill is going to be Solar Storm.
Throw a spear above the targeted point. The spear explodes and rains shards that damage enemies and remove conditions from allies. Your next spear attack is illuminated if you're within range of your own shards. So it cleanses 2 conditions in an area and damages enemies.
You're going to throw your spear up in the air, then it's going to break into pieces and crash down. It's going to damage enemies, and it's going to cleanse conditions from allies. So you can throw it up, do a lot of damage, a lot of hits. And so if you get hit by one of your own shards, that is how you illuminate yourself. And if you're illuminated, when using the ability, you'll rain down more shards.
Pays to stand and fire confirmed.
Fantastic.
This is Luminance. Oh my god.
And so going on to the
PTSD.
5th skill, this is the symbol.
Symbol of Luminance. Places the symbol of... Oh my god. For those that don't know, I was streaming Brutal v Rising this morning, and I fought this guy for 4 hours to beat him. I did beat him. And one of his attacks is, "This is Luminance!" So I've been hearing that, like, that's just ringing in my head right now. Places the symbol of Luminance on the ground, knocking back enemies on initial cast. While active, the symbol grants resistance to allies that don't have it already, and inflicts weakness on enemies. While standing within the symbol, your spear attacks are automatically illuminated and do not consume illuminated. Okay.
Called Symbol
4
of
seconds
Luminance.
of resistance
You'll
per person.
place it on the ground, doing a short CC to everyone you hit with it, and it's going to grant resistance to allies and weakness to enemies that it hits. And then the special part about this is if you are in the symbol, you will be automatically illuminated and then like illuminated while you're in the symbol. So you can use all your skills while you're in the symbol. You don't have to worry about those little conditions they had before. They'll all get the illuminated bonus.
So 4 seconds of spam
see,
any other
use it
skill you
down.
want while illuminated.
Pretty good. Pretty good art. This is probably the most unique symbol we've ever made, right? And you can
Our
see
team is crushing it with the spears.
the art.
I'll say this. I like that symbol for 2 reasons. 1, it does look nice. It does look good. 2, it doesn't look so thick that it's going to mask other things. Like, I think if there's like a red circle that's within that, you'll still see it. And I appreciate that.
Pretty good art. This is probably the most unique symbol we've ever made, right? And you can
Our
see
team is crushing it with the spears.
the art team. It did such an insanely good job with these spears. I'm so excited to use them.
Just wait until we get to Ellie, guys.
We know. Ellie will blind everyone.
That should pretty much cover the kit for Guardian. As you can see, there's a lot of offensive supports is kind of a good way to describe it. Boons, condition removals, some healing.
Yeah, they mentioned some healing, they mentioned some fury, they mentioned some Condi cleanse. There is a chance that this could get squeezed into some heal support or boon support builds for Guardian for sure. It's just a matter of will you lose anything by taking off the previous weapons, and will you have to find another way to get what you lost in a different location.
But also decent ways to do damage as well. Can you think of anything else, Cal, to mention?
Nothing from me. I think you've given a very illuminating presentation.
Oh my god, he's been waiting to say that.
Alright. So now we can go to Thief is next.
Alright. So we have the Thief. Thief's a pretty exciting one, I think. I mean, they're all exciting. That's kind of a lot of the
I'm pretty excited about Thief. This is one of the most unique things in the game, I think.
That was a nice recovery. He was like, oh, this one's exciting. I mean, they're all exciting. Yeah, little, like, it showed bias, then accidentally changed it. This reminded me, really quick, super short story for you. It's worth it. Last month. No, this is not related to it. Last month, me and my wife and my kid, we went to, like, Outback Steakhouse or something like that. It was some kind of, it was like Longhorn. No, I think it was Longhorn. We went to a Longhorn. And we go there, and my wife orders, like, a normal steak. And my kid and I get, like, a steak burger. And the waitress comes over, and she gives us our food. And she's like, oh, what is this? She's the only one that got the good food. And I look at her, and I look down at my steak burger, and I look at her again, and I'm like, you saying that this was not good? You don't recommend it? And then she realized what she said, and she's like, oh, no, it's all good food. It's all good food. And I was like, okay. Turns out both me and my kids' burgers were cooked wrong and also had the wrong toppings. So maybe she was, foreseeing something. I don't know. Foreshadowing.
Yeah, so obviously anyone who saw the preview blog, we kind of gave an introduction to the Thief Spear mechanic. It drew a lot of inspiration from Guild Wars 1 Assassin, for anyone who's familiar with that. The concept of having, Assassin had lead attacks, offhand attacks, and dual attacks. Obviously, the terminology doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you have one spear instead of 2 daggers. So the things are different. But the way that it works is that the slot 2 and 3, we can see them with a different green color just to show their differentiation immediately. That these 2 skills will kind of share a state. And the default state is the lead attack state. And once you strike an enemy with either of those lead attacks, it will then flip over both slots into the follow-up attack state. Similarly, striking with either follow-up attack state will flip them over into the finishers, and then using a finisher skill will flip them back to the beginning. So it does give some opportunity to kind of mix and match. The two slot is primarily focused on damage, and the 3 slot is a little bit more utility focused. There's a little bit of damage, but it's mostly utility. We do see this as potentially more of a hybrid weapon. It's obviously very conditioned focused, but we do want to get the numbers right so that you can play it as a power build too. But most of the damage is going to be coming from the 2 slot combo. And you'll mostly be weaving in the 3 skills when you need more utility, when you need some stealth. We'll get to that when we actually start talking about the skills. But for both power and Condi builds, the main damage is going to come from the 2 slot. And one of our goals for the weapon is to kind of give a little bit more of a diverse rotation to Thief, as opposed to pressing the same button over and over again on a lot of weapons. We want to give a little bit more, a few more different buttons to press. And obviously you get different skills pressing 2-3 times in a row. You get 3 different skills. But we do want you to mix in some of the 3s, mix in some of the 4, mix in stealth attack. And we'll probably see that you can still be fairly effective just pressing the 2 skill repeatedly. And that's fine. We're not opposed to that too much. We obviously want you to mix in kind of the full set of skills, but you should have a decent amount of success with the 2 skill. We do want, if you want to optimize, we are expecting you'll have to weave in the other skills, some of the 3 slots, some of the 4 slots, some of the stealth attack. And we're still kind of tuning the numbers. We'll see how it goes during the beta, but that's kind of our long-term goal for the weapon once we get a much better sense of how it's playing out right now. So if you do end up pressing 2 bunch in the beta and you find that way more effective, than using kind of full kit, then we'll probably end up making changes as a result of that.
If spamming 2 is too good, we'll take it away.
That's rambling. Let's hop into the skills. The auto attack is pretty straightforward.
Swing your spear. If your enemy is far away, you throw it instead. Oh, they've got the thing like the ranger. The stealth attack. Attack foes in front of you with a series of strikes, making them vulnerable. The final strike inflicts damaging conditions. If this skill follows a finisher skill, it grants initiative. Damage, vuln, bleeding, poison.
This is kind of similar to the ranger. We have the hybrid auto attack, where if you're in melee range, it does a melee attack. If you're at range, it does a ranged attack.
All right, we're just pointing it out. We are on the 4th class now, and we have not seen anyone use their left hand on these two-handed weapons. I'm waiting with bated breath.
No attack chain here, because we're kind of expecting most of the gameplay to be around the 2 and 3 slots anyway. So it is just kind of repeated double slashing spear attack, get some bleeding, get some strike damage. Then we can kind of move on to the 2 slot first. We can look at the 3 skills on 2. We have the initial.
The lead attack is a cripple your foe with a quick strike. The follow-up is poison your foe with a sweeping strike. Movement impaired foes are immobilized. And the finisher is falling spider. Strike nearby enemies, inflicting multiple conditions, deal more damage, and inflict additional conditions against controlled and immobilized foes.
Stab. We have Mantis Sting. A lot of the skill names here are also drawing inspiration from Guild Wars 1 Assassin skills, so you may recognize some of those. Mantis Sting, pretty straightforward skill. Stab, inflict some conditions. Bleeding, that's going to matter for the follow-up skill, Entangling Asp. This is a skill that inflicts poison. If it strikes a movement impaired foe, it's also going to immobilize. You also get the movement impairment from the cripple on Mantis Sting. That's another kind of aspect of the chains here on both 2 and 3, where they have conditional bonuses based off what the previous skill in the chain applies. But they're things that are fairly generic, so that if you're playing Thief, it's not hard to get a movement impairing condition. If you want to start with 3 and then swap to 2, then you can still have access to that immobilize. It just won't be as guaranteed as if you start with Mantis Sting and Entangling Asp. Finally, the final skill in the chain here is Falling Spider, and this is kind of the big damage payoff. We see more bleeding, more poison, some vulnerability as well. This is going to do increased damage and increased condition stacks against a foe that is crowd controlled or immobilized. So playing off that both from Entangling Asp or just any CC, obviously Defiant Enemies, this condition is always going to be true. But getting that extra damage for striking a controlled enemy.
For a second.
Let's see. Do I have anything else to talk about? I'll come back to some things at the end. But now we can look at the 3 slot, which starts out with Unsuspecting Strike. And this is a leap, so this is starting off with the kind of utility-focused aspects of the 3 slot. We have a little bit of mobility here. Leap in, deal some damage. This has a high enemy health threshold. This is just a minor callback to the Guild Wars 1 skill, Unsuspecting Strike. But you will deal additional stacks of bleeding as a high health target. But the main value here is...
The second hand is for Ballast? Ballast? Did you mean balance? Ballast? It's a thief, not a boat.
If you need to close the gap, then you can always use this skill instead of starting with Mantis Sting. Second skill in the slot here is Vampiric Slash. This is a lifesteal. It also inflicts weakness, but primarily a little bit of strike damage and some lifestealing, lifesteal damage, lifesteal healing. This will deal increased lifestealing damage and healing against vulnerable foes, playing off the vulnerability from Unsuspecting.
What was the first 2 classes they showed? Ranger, then Necro.
Unsuspecting Strike also inflicts weakness because the final attack in the chain here is Shattering Assault. This is a Boon Rip. It's also an evade. It's kind of like the pinnacle
Wait, how many?
Weakness, because the final attack in the chain here is Shattering Assault.
Removes 1 boon. Remove additional boons if the foe is weakened. If the foe is weakened, remove 3 boons instead.
This is a Boon Rip. It's also an evade. It's kind of like the pinnacle.
Dude, Necro 5 get 5, removes 3 and blocks 3 more for a total of 6. This one's 1, but in some conditions it's 3.
Whole utility skill, right? We had Falling Spider as the pinnacle of the damage skills. Shattering Assault is like the biggest value utility skill of the kit. We have the evade, the Boon Rip, and it will also enter stealth, which will allow you access to the stealth attack, which we will come back to later. Some of you may already caught the tooltip when Taylor was hovering over the auto earlier, but we'll come back. So the idea here is that, most of the time you'll be kind of focused on your 2-2-2 combo, but you'll want to weave in the 3 Shattering Assault to get that stealth attack, and get the payoff that we'll talk about in a couple minutes here. Moving on to the 4 skill, we have Distracting Throw. This is a bit more, there's another range projectile, quick projectile. We'll talk about in a couple minutes here.
Going back so I can see the tooltip.
Moving on to the 4 skill, we have Distracting Throw. This is a bit more...
Throw a spear that inflicts condies on your target. If it strikes a movement impaired foe, also inflicts daze. If this skill follows a finisher skill, it counts as a lead attack and grants a bonus to outgoing damage for a duration. Plus 10% to condition damage and normal damage for 10 seconds. 10-second buff giving 10% damage boost to all damage types. So you'd basically do like, 2-2-2 or 3-3-3 or 2-3-2 or something like that. And then this would be the fourth move, which would also be the next lead skill. So if used in PvE, this would absolutely be a mandatory part of the rotation.
There's another range projectile. Quick projectile.
10% damage buff.
Throw hits the enemy, inflicts cripple vulnerability.
Crickle.
And if it strikes a movement impaired foe, it will inflict daze. So the idea here is if you use it twice in a row, you'll guarantee inflict the cripple, inflict the daze. So you can have daze or you can have cripple or immobilized chilled from other sources. That will make tracking flow much more accessible to daze. But the cool thing here is also that we'll see on the stealth attack and the 5 skill is that if this follows a finisher skill, so either Shattering Assault or Falling Spider, if your skill is Distracting Throw, it will grant you a bonus to your outgoing damage for a duration, but it's also going to count as a lead attack. So this means you can immediately go into your follow-up attacks. If Taylor has not shown this stuff on the stream yet, he should. I haven't been paying attention. But you can see 2-2-2 into 4. Now we already have access to the offhand attacks. Sorry, the follow-up attacks. And then that kind of speeds up your chain.
Guild Wars 1 terminology
and you
there.
can get to their finishers more rapidly. Next up, almost done, but next up we have Shadow Veil. This is...
Block the next incoming attack. If you block an attack, heal yourself. If this skill follows a finisher skill, it blocks additional attacks. Huh. That's incredible. I'll tell you why. This is a block with no cooldown. Now, it costs initiative. Anyone who doesn't play Thief, they're basically, this is their mana bar here. But they could just use this over and over and over if they were in some weird situation where they needed to do that. Now, it is important to note that it is... now, blocks are great. It is the worst kind of block, which is that it blocks a attack, not blocks for 2 seconds. So, like, if you raise your block and then some teeny tiny attack, like a ranger pet hits you and makes that uses the block, and then the big hit then clocks you... the block is like Aegis. It can get consumed by something you didn't mean for it to be consumed by. So timing will be important. But that is very powerful utility in any game mode, having a block on demand almost whenever.
The 5 skill is going to be more of that defensive cooldown. It's just a single block that if you block an attack, it will heal you. And the finisher bonus, following a finisher skill, it will block a couple of additional attacks. Each of those will also heal you. So this is kind of your defensive skill of the kit. If you find yourself in a situation where you're under a decent amount of pressure, maybe you use it as your finisher follower, just get that extra healing, those couple of blocks.
I'm late. What did I miss? They're deleting
Primarily
Guardian.
It's going to be
They
most
gave up
effective
balancing
against
it.
like those big single hits, blocking an Earthshaker in PvP, for example. And finally, I guess not quite finally, because we can show off the motor stealth attack as well, but finally we have the stealth attack.
Woo. 21 months. Mukluk pat mukluk bobble mukluk dance in muklukoo.
Thank you, Cozy. Appreciate the resub. Welcome.
This is Ashen Assault. So this is just going to be a multi-stab, rapid, multiple hits, inflicts a bunch of vulnerability. The final hit here is going to do bleeding and poison. And if the skill follows a finisher skill, so notably following Shatter Assault, which grants you stealth, it is going to refund some initiative. The idea here is that you'll get a decent chunk of initiative back if you are going through kind of full rotation of potential options, just to make it a little bit easier for non-dead eyes who don't have access to a very powerful initiative granting trait. We do want the spear to feel fairly usable by the other thief elite specializations, or maybe you don't have an elite specialization.
So a couple of thoughts here. The third skill in this stealths you. So if you're going to end on that, you'd probably want to do this next for the ambush. The third skill in this one doesn't stealth you, so if you're going to finish on that one, then you would go here and get this bonus after. Very interesting. It's like there's a lot of different ways you could form a chain with this.
Specialization at all. And so this initiative refund is kind of that payoff to keep the combos flowing, keep the chain going. And this is something that, again, we've done some internal testing, but we'll be keeping a close eye on beta in how this ends up flowing, especially for like Daredevil or Spectre. and making sure that it feels like a fairly fluid sequence, that you have enough initiative in order to use these skills fairly often, so that we don't see that massive disparity between Deadeye and other specializations that we've seen with some thief weapons. If you want to hop on the Deadeye, we can see the malicious stealth attack. It is obviously similar to the base stealth attack, but it is going to just inflict some torment based off of the malice stacks on the target. Nothing too crazy. As that same.
Oh, hold on.
Just inflict some torment based off of the malice stacks on the target. Nothing too crazy.
Okay, malicious tactical strike. Stealth attack, daze your foe by bashing them with your sword hilt. Your sword hilt? You have a spear. Daze them for longer duration if you attack from behind or they are defiant. Applies vulnerability, consumes all malice when striking your mark to... Wait, hold on. Consume all malice to strike your charge to restore endurance based on malice used. Wait, what?
Crazy. As that same,
Is that the right
same vuln, same bleeding, same poison, same initiative stuff.
Took my spear off, unfortunate.
Oh, he unequipped the spear. You died. That's why I feel like, wait,
but
that's not
it's torment.
right.
That's the bonus for malice.
Got it.
All right, Taylor's all over it.
You scrub. All right. Malicious Ashen Assault. Attack foes in front of you with a series of strikes, making them vulnerable. The final strike inflicts damaging conditions. If this skill follows a finisher, it grants initiative. Consume all malice when striking your mark to inflict torment and increase the damage dealt. Gives you 4 initiative if you do it after a finisher. And since it has to be stealth, that would mean after the third 3 skill.
Coming soon. All right, I think that's all that we have to talk about with Thief Spear. I guess one final note on the combo mechanic. This is, or the whatever you want to call it. You know, chain skills, beat attacks, whatever. We did mention this in the blog too, so if you don't want to rewatch the VOD to hear me say this again, feel free to go read that blog. But you are able to press other skills in between chain skills. So if you press Mantis Thing, you can weave in Distracting Throw, and then still follow up with Entangling Ask. That's not going to disrupt the combo. If you do miss your follow-up attack, that is going to break the chain and reset you back to the start. But using other skills is not going to do that. It's just going to be it's going to be fairly generous in maintaining how you are able to keep pressing these buttons, because we want it to feel good, we want it to feel fluid, and we want you to be able to use your other skills without messing that up. So I think that's my last note. Anything you wanted to add, Taylor?
That sounds pretty accurate. Covered everything.
Great.
As much as I appreciate similarity to assassin combos, I'm grumpy for the fact that Ranger got 4 stealth skills at once and Thief got 1. I mean, it's... I mean, honestly, the Ranger ones are all very weak. Like the pounce move in stealth did the exact same damage. It just did 200 CC with the damage. Like, it wasn't much. Like, the Thief stuff is like the ambush move is like 5,000 damage in 9 conditions.
Awesome.
And we can move on to the Taylor block, where Taylor does 2 in a row.
I think first up is going to be Warrior. Let me get
Warrior.
that ready.
I'm gonna skip.
We're here.
Alright, jumped ahead a minute.
Spears are... Equipping a spear, pretty useful for the spear demo.
Alright.
And it's ranged! Warriors rejoice! We know you wanted a ranged.
So Warrior Spear is going to be a ranged power damage weapon. Kind of has more AoE in the kit compared to Rifle. And it has a little mechanic where you kind of like put a lot of force into your throws, and so the weapon like splinters, especially when they're closer range and they're right on top of you. So we can see that with the auto attack. It's going to hit multiple targets when it splinters, and the amount of targets you hit is going to scale based on the range you are from them. So they do it.
Is that because you're strong or because you're buying cheap spears?
Scales down.
Well, you're probably buying them in bulk if they're blowing up all over the place.
No, but notably the damage does not change.
Wait, what was that
the
range?
Doesn't change.
And that's true for all the spear
thing,
skills,
all
all the warrior
five
skills,
now.
right?
So a pretty simple throw that you're going to do more cleave if you're close up, but you can still hit them from far away for the same amount of damage. And then we can go on to the 2-skill Maiming Spear. You'll throw your spear at a location and then cause a shockwave at the location of your spear. And then the closer you throw it to you, the bigger that shockwave is going to be. So you can see, throw it right here, pretty big. If I do it farther away, it is a smaller shockwave. So pretty good poke damage here. It's going to be kind of the skill you're always pressing. Account for cleave situations, especially at closer range, like we mentioned. So moving on to the...
Can I get a link to the video? Yeah. Here, I'll put it in the chat right now. Anyone who wants it.
3-skill Spear Swipe. This is going to be a more defensive skill. You're going to kind of like dodge, or you're going to move backwards, evading, and then follow up with like a swipe of wind to knock your enemy away even further.
This seems so weird to me. So, you guys are getting a CC that pushes you away, and then you gotta run back in, unless there's an engage on here somewhere. And you're getting a ranged weapon that does most of its damage if you're in melee.
So that's, you know, simple use case, gap opener. Probably useful in competitive modes as well as PvE to help keep yourself at range with the weapon. Then we can move on to the 4-skill, Disrupting Throw. You're going to throw your spear in a line in front of you, immobilizing people, and if they're using a skill when they're struck, they'll be interrupted and dazed for even longer. So it's a really fast projectile, so even if you see someone using it at range, you still have a pretty good chance to interrupt the ability you want, as well as it's immobilized, help you line up things like your 2, or even lock them into the 5, which, you know, pretty good segue into that, is called Spear Marshal's Support. You will mark a target, and then after a short delay, a rain of spears will come down to hit them. It will follow them as they move. I don't have a moving golem there, but, you know, trust me, it'll follow them if they move. And it'll do a small AoE.
Just trust me, bro.
As it follows them. So you can see it, like, marks them, and then the rain of spears comes down. So do that, and follow up. Or you can even do that first, and then immobilize them by the time it falls. Pretty good. And another cool skill will be your burst skill, Harrier's Toss. You'll jump up and throw your spear at the target location, dealing damage based on your adrenaline level. It is an evade while you're up in the air, so you can throw it.
Evade is always nice.
So this being an evade and damage is pretty good. You'll have 2 evades on the kit, with that in the 3. And then a lot of ranged AoE damage with that in the 2. So pretty solid kit for doing damage with the weapon. And then we can go into the Berserker Burst, which in short, you just kind of go crazy and start throwing spears at people. Exactly what every Berserker wants to do.
Where is he getting all
Flurry of
those?
Spears, wild throw.
He's got like a friggin' golf bag on his back
Wow.
full of spears?
They're crazy. So yeah, that covers, you know, all the skills for Warrior. Pretty simple weapon. There's not a lot of shenanigans going on,
Gatling
but
spear.
it's going to be pretty effective at what it wants to do. So hopefully has a more unique niche in Warrior's toolkit, and people have fun using it.
That's pretty sweet.
It costs $500,000 to throw these spears for 12 seconds.
But you're not done talking yet, because next we're covering the
Yep.
Engineer.
Swap
I guess you
overview.
should switch back.
To Engineer real
Alright.
fast.
Let's see. What's going on in the chat?
Can you move while doing F1 on Zerker, someone said.
Nothing exciting. Someone wants a shenanigans shout.
That's shenanigans.
Just yell shenanigans at the shout. What does it do?
It's what every Warrior hates, shenanigans.
Yeah, I don't know if Warrior wants the shenanigans.
Alright, NG.
Engineer.
So NG is a lightning rod based weapon.
Oh yeah,
You're
this
gonna
one
be
looked cool in
channeling
the
a lot of
preview.
electricity. It is going to be definitely a melee weapon. Has a decent condition focus, but it kind of like Thief Spear. It also has like hopefully decent power numbers on it. So it's going to be definitely a melee weapon. Has a decent condition focus, but
Jesus, that's a tooltip. It's barely contained in the monitor.
it kind of like Thief Spear. It also has like hopefully decent power numbers on it. So if you really want to play power Spear NG, it should be pretty decent. Something we'll definitely look into to see the viability of both. But it does lean more into the condition role as a condition melee weapon. So you can start with the auto attack, just a simple 1, 2, 3, does some conditions as you go. But you can see here it mentioned
First one does bleed and vuln. Second one does bleed
Brands
and
gifted a
vuln.
tier 1 sub to soapbubble_. They have given 10 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Brands. Appreciate the support. Amplifying Slice, refresh your focus and bleed your target, inflict vuln if your target is focused.
And focused, which is part of the 2. The 2 is going to be a dash normally, and if you have a target in range, you'll dash and strike, and you can see it'll apply that buff to them, which means your target is focused, and all your abilities do additional things to focused enemies. So if I focus this golem and then start auto-attacking it, you'll notice I now apply vulnerability as well as part of my melee chain. So better cover Conti and some vulnerability access, pretty good. I don't have a killable golem right now, but this ability comes as a fun.
Leap toward your target, unleashing intense energy on the area if you strike them. Your primary target becomes the focus of your other skills. If a focused target dies, this skill is refresh. Does damage, does burning, and focus. And it's a leap.
When you
700
Mukluk dancing, Mukluk bobble, Mukluk pog.
Thank you, colors.
With it, so in the open world, when there's a lot of enemies and the AoE is better, you know, we can kill someone, move on to the next, and keep going like that. This weapon has a decent amount of AoE abilities on it. It has a theme of like having a lot of AoE, but also focused on one person. So here you can see that I use the lightning.
Lightning Rod. Prime your Lightning Rod to deal damage to nearby enemies. Focused enemies receive extra punishment. Gain charges for your electric artillery skill. Does vuln, does damage, does more focus damage. Charges per target struck for 14 seconds. Max stacks 12. Electric artillery is hurl the charged rod at a foe, immobilizing them. Foes take increased burning duration and vuln stacks based on your lightning rod's charge. So, you know, first click, you activate the orbiting thing around you, like Aurelian Soul, and after it's hit enemies enough times, it pieces together into Voltron, and then you throw it.
Rod. So it's a 2-part ability. The first part, you're going to just like prime your lightning rod, damaging nearby enemies. It's going to apply vulnerability to people, and then if your target is focused, it's going to apply even more vulnerability. And you're also going to build up charges for each target struck. So I go here, then do that. You can see I'm building up vulnerability, more on this guy than the others. But I have 12 stacks of it that's basically fully charged, so I can reactivate to throw the lightning rod, and that's going to do more damage, or more burning and vulnerability based on how many charges you had, and it's going to deal more raw power damage to your focus target. So do that, charge up.
Thanks to the law comparison, I get it no more than I once did. It was a character in League of Legends that would summon balls, and the balls would orbit around him. So he wanted to be exactly, you know, a certain distance from the enemy. Not closer, not further away. Catalyst has something like that on their hammers right now in game.
You can throw it for some damage. And it's pretty cool because you can turn on the lightning rod and then swap into a kit and then, you know, use that ability there while it's charging. You have to send your spear, and you can come back to it charged and then use it like that. Oh. There we go.
So the lightning rod portion of the spear will continue piecing together.
So the force skill will be Roiling Strikes with your CC ability, kind of like, it's kind of like a conal CC.
Charge the sky with electricity, launching focused foes and stunning others. It says 732 Defiance Break. I'm guessing what that tooltip has done is it's adding the launch from the one target and the stun on the other target, and it's adding those numbers together. There was some other class we did recently in the I Tried series where it's like daze, but if under this condition, stun, and then the CC said something insane like 800 CC because it was just adding them together.
CC, you'll smack down and kind of electrify the earth, causing it to break up. And you're going to stun people, and if your target is focused, it's going to kind of like do a launch instead. So a bit better CC. So this is like kind of like you're engaged, you see somebody do that, and you can jump in, do all your stuff. Pretty cool looking ability. You know, if you see a group of enemies, you can get a pretty big CC like that. And then we can...
Fippy, thank you. Appreciate using your Prime here. Chad, have you heard about Twitch Prime?
Go on to the 5 skill, the Devastator.
Traverse the area and unleash lightning around you, directly targeting focused foes a number of times. So it does damage, and if they're focused, does more.
Where you're going to kind of leap at your enemies and then unleash lightning around you. Do it right here. Just a big lightning bolt. Big damage. And if your target is focused and they get hit by this, you'll kind of like mark them for even more lightning strikes. So do that. You can see they get progressively hit more. Does pretty good burning damage. So it's going to do a lot of damage if you can manage to hit it on your focus target, and also just pretty good naturally if you hit anyone with it. So that's kind of like the gist of the weapon. It's not too complicated. It does a lot of AoE damage. You want to get in there, hit people, and also focus the one target you want to take down and make sure all your abilities hit on them.
Seems like the weapon is just a Condi blender.
Have I missed anything, Cal, do you think needs to be talked about the MG weapon?
I don't think so. It's like a... Dang, I didn't think of a funny pun that I could use for this one. Yeah,
It's shocking.
I don't know if it's shocking.
Right? Oh, okay. Okay, never mind.
He's like, no, bad.
A charged discussion? No, who knows?
I'm just gonna keep using this skill to show off like how amazing like our team is.
It's very impressive. Big shout out to the art team. Shout out to all the teams.
Shout out to all the teams that work on spears, yeah.
Like, it's actually crazy. All the teams that help with spears. Like, obviously, Taylor and I are here talking. There's obviously other designers on the combat team that work on these. Then we have the VFX team, UI team, engineering team. The editing team put up with all my outrageous names that we'll get to on Elementalist. So thank you. There's a lot. Everyone less than me on it. We would still be confused with.
All right, we're on Revenant.
If not for Roy. But moving on to the Revenant.
To Hawk, thank you.
We'll see. It's kind of a Torment-focused weapon that also has some decent strike damage. It's kind of a mid-rangey, like 600 range at the moment. We might want to make that a little bit longer, just so it feels a little bit more.
Abyssal Strike, hurl your weapon at your foe. If you're in close range, you swing the weapon instead. Striking a foe reduces the cooldown of Abyssal Raise once per use.
Like a true ranged weapon, probably like the 900 range. But we wanted to see how it plays as kind of like that mid-rangey 600 range option. We can see similar stuff on the auto attack where we have the hybrid melee/ranged auto attack depending on your range. Nothing too crazy. We see some Torment. I guess we should start with the 5 actually, because this skill does reduce the cooldown of Abyssal Raise. So what's Abyssal Raise? If you guys read the blog, you're probably pretty familiar with this, but let's talk about it again. Abyssal Raise is the premier damaging component of this kit.
That's the Raise? I thought the Raise was the big puddle of spikes.
Ground targeted AoE, blast finisher, deal some Torment, deal some damage. But it's a thing that kind of stacks up the more you use it. So a lot of these skills on this weapon are centered around making sure you can press it.
All right, so he's got 5 stacks of this thing, and he's all goopy.
Abyssal Raise more often. So you see you get stacks of Crushing Abyss. You can get
20% bonus damage per stack. So 5 stacks, you can double the damage.
Up to 2 stacks per use. So if you hit 5 targets, you'll only get 2 stacks. Stacks up to a maximum number of 5. We didn't want you to get 5 stacks immediately because it's probably a bit too powerful. But you'll see, get 2 stacks, and then the 5th stack. So maybe you need 3 hits to get there, maybe you need 5 hits to get there. But the more stacks you have, the more strike damage you'll get from the skill, the more torment you'll get from the skill. Then we'll see basically every other skill in the weapon gives some amount of cooldown reduction to Abyssal Raise. So the idea is that you have a bunch of charges initially, or a few charges initially, spend those, build up some stacks, then get some resets, and then you're kind of at the empowered version at that point.
Revenants, I don't want to look like this. I'm covered in goop. Untamed to be like, first time.
Not quite at full power on your 3rd use, but 3rd use is pretty strong if you have 4 stacks, and then you're going to be at full power every time you get these resets. You get another powerful ground targeted damaging skill. So now we can go back. Let's go back to skill 2, Abyssal Force. This is a enemy targeted AoE, so throw it at whatever the enemy is. You need line of sight, so no concern with throwing it behind walls or anything like that. But this will give you a pretty good chunk of recharge on Abyssal Raise. Also with like Torment and Chilled as well, so get some synergy with the Torment, that Chill inflicts Torment trait. I'll see a decent amount of Chill on this weapon as well to kind of tie into those Condi builds. But pretty straightforward, low cooldown, bread and butter DPS skill that also recharges Abyssal Raise a decent amount. Next up on the 3, we have Abyssal Blitz. This is a little quick dash. Gives yourself,
and there's the
it's one of the short distance evade skills, most valuable as evading a powerful attack. It also leaves some of these, what are we calling these specifically? Blitz mines on the ground. So as you run, you drop some mines on the ground. These will trigger as enemies run over them, or if they spawn on an enemy, you're going to get that trigger immediately. Inflict some slow, inflict some chill, reduces the cooldown of Abyssal Raise. So, obviously very good if something is chasing you. You dash away from them, put some mines on the ground, slows them down, chills them, lets you get escape, reposition a bit better, and then continue the fight. Up next, we have Abyssal Blot. So this is a
unleash gravitational mist forces on targeted area, initially dealing damage and pulling foes in to the finale. Abyssal Raise's cooldown is reduced for each target you attempt to pull. 150 CC.
Another ground target AoE. It's intended to be a bit more of that CC skill. So
That's
see,
the one. I thought that
start on
was
the ground,
raised
deal
when I
some,
saw it in the video.
deal some initial strikes, and then the final
teaser.
strike there is going to be able to chill and do a pull all the enemies toward the center. It's also a dark
You guys
field,
got
so
a
if you want to combo
caffeine-free
Abyssal Raise, get that
gravity
blast in
well.
there, you totally can. But again, this is going to be recharging Abyssal Raise's cooldown for each target you strike or attempt to strike on the final hit of this, the pull. The number of enemies in the area at the time is going to give you more Abyssal Raise cooldown reduction. We already talked about 5, so there we go. Obviously, this is kind of intended to be more like that ramping up. And, as you're fighting a 1v1, it's going to ramp up a little bit slower than if you're fighting a large number of enemies. But once you get up to that maximum potential, that's when you're really going to be able to unleash, like, potentially a ton of damage, right? Because you have max stacks, fire off an Abyssal Raise, get some cooldown reduction, fire off another Abyssal Raise, maybe use the rest of your skills. Maybe you can fire off another Abyssal Raise after that. And that's a large number of Abyssal Raises that are going to, I guess,
So Abyssal Raise is
your
basically
enemies.
the F1 for Berserkers. Just every other button is raised.
Quite powerful.
Now, I think just a little note you can see on stream, I've been trying to show it off. As you get stacks of the Crushing Abyss, you get a little aura on yourself that kind of grow up. And then on the 5th stack, you kind of become pretty demonic, filled with Abyss energy, I guess we're going with. And so it makes it pretty
Demonic.
obvious.
You look like the
Revenant as well. Like, they're fully charged up. They're
1 sec. There you go. There you go. That's the Revenant. It's freaking Dad from Kids Next Door. So demonic.
So pretty, and it also just looks really cool. That's like the main part. It just looks really cool.
It all looks awesome.
Yeah.
These mines are very threatening, I would say. I don't want to run into them. But I think that's everything for Rev. Is there anything else you want to call out, Taylor?
No, I think that covers.
Like, what?
Jumping ahead a few minutes here. All right, looks like we just started Mesmer.
Dude. Anyways.
Oh, good job.
Yep. So Mesmer Spear is a 2-handed melee power weapon, which, it's kind of weird that Mesmer doesn't have that niche filled already. And this is the first weapon, but pretty excited this is going to be it. It's going to feel pretty good to play. So we just go skill by skill. The auto attack, simple 1, 2, 3. Build up some might, weaken on the last hit, kind of siphon your enemy's strength going on. But that's not really interesting. Who cares about the auto? The cool skill is Mind the Gap, which...
Swing your spear in a circle to increase it. Oh, this was the Darius skill. So it's going to do a roundhouse, but you'll do more damage if you hit him right with the edge of it.
Might have surpassed Gormandize as my favorite skill name. There are 2 types of people. One that hate Mind the Gap and want me to change it. They're like, this is the worst placeholder name. And then I got message from so many people being like, this is my favorite. You can't change this. So we're minding the gap here. But basically, you're going to do an AoE around you, and you can think of it as like 2 circles, an inner circle and an outer circle, and you're going to want to hit people with the outer circle around it. Because if you do, you'll gain Clarity, which will augment your 2 through 5 skills to have better effects. So there we go, that's what it looks like, and then you can see you have this little eye floating above you to signify that you have Clarity. And for those wondering, I saw after the preview...
Alright, so once again, we've got a buff that is going to be hidden down here in icons that on my character currently go behind the minimap. And we've got a thing above your head that you will have a hard time seeing when you're in a group of people in combat. So I'm adding that to my list of things to tweet at them about.
There were a lot of questions about it. So the outer circle does take
They did
priority,
see my tweet about the Mesmer giant puddle that blocks red circles,
someone
so
that's
maybe.
straddling the line, they'd get hit by both the outer and inner hitbox of it. You'll get Clarity, it'll count for the outer. And there are a lot of bosses in the game that their hitbox is so big that if you are standing right next to them and use this, you'll hit them anyways. But for the smaller hitboxes, it's a pretty good game to make sure you keep spacing. So you can get Clarity, which we can see. So for Mind the Gap, if you use it while you already have Clarity, it'll give you Clarity again and to give you some might. So a little might stacking for open world. We don't really want Clarity to be used on the one that gives you Clarity, just kind of a consolation bonus here. And minor thing, this spawns a clone for you. This is your clone gen, as a lot of 2 skills do. And you all can read. I believe in you. So we go on to the.
So far, he's said, "Who cares about autos?" and you all can read. Imaginary inversion, evade while preparing a strong attack. If you successfully evade an attack before your strike, your attack will heal you. Remove conditions from yourself if you have Clarity. 2 conditions cured.
The 3 skill, Imaginary Inversion, this is going to be your defensive skill. You're going to evade and then do a strike. And then the little tweak here is if you evade an attack with the strike and then hit someone, you will heal. So you're just going to kind of spin around, do that. And I don't have the golems really attacking me, but if I was to evade and he hurts, it would heal me. So kind of like incentivizing to correctly time this as a defensive, not just throw it out for damage. And then if you have clarity while using the skill, you will cleanse conditions. Condition cleanse, kind of something that Mesmer doesn't have a lot of in its weapons. They have Torch exists. So giving DPS Mesmer is a way to cleanse conditions, while pretty niche would be, you know, pretty good for the times it is good. The skill is not rooted, by the way. You can move while using it. And then we can go on to the 4 skill.
Phantasmal Lancer. Dash at your foe, removing boons from them. How many? 2 boons. Leave a phantasm at your initial location that will dash after a delay, dealing heavy damage and crippling targets. If your phantasm strikes a crippled target, immobilize them instead. If you have clarity, summon an additional phantasm.
Phantasmal Lancer. This is your phantasm, obviously. It's also a movement skill. You kind of saw it in the trailer. You're going to dash to your foe and boon rip from them if you hit them, and then you'll leave. At your initial starting location, a phantasm will spawn after a delay and then kind of dash through you to deal damage, crippling people. Let's see there. Kind of move. So it gets pretty fun.
I like the graphic
clarity
of that.
because you'll spawn 2 phantasms instead, and
Slick.
2 is a bigger number than 1, so that's obviously better. And so you'll spawn at like an X formation and kind of like dash through. It's pretty visually cool. It also has another, because why not?
Dang, some of those clones are hitting the double
So
digits.
they'll cripple your target, but if your target is already crippled, it'll immobilize them. So pretty good setup. So you can do that, and then it'll immobilize them, so it'll help set you up for another outer edge hit. And then we go on to the 5, Mental Collapse.
Teleport to your target and release a cascade of psychic energy, damaging nearby enemies. Refresh Mind the Gap. Stun foes struck if you have clarity. So if you have clarity, 3 seconds? 3 second stun. There's 300 CC.
That's as close to Mental Boom as I could get for editing. So it is a teleport, and then you like slam the ground and kind of do an explosion. That will do. So it is a teleport, and then you like slam the ground and kind of do an explosion.
That covers the ground too much. That covers the ground too much. I'm gonna write that down. All right. Adding that to my list.
Do
It's quick
3
at
strikes of
least.
damage.
True.
And then if you are empowered or have clarity, it will stun as well. So that's pretty.
But I don't want the new challenge mode to be do runs with LEs and Mesmers with spears.
Good CC for PvE, and obviously a pretty good engage tool for our competitive modes. And then to make it even better and help rotations flow pretty well, this skill will also, you know, like we love our capstone 5 skills to do, reset your 2 skills so you can combo it pretty easily. So you can do that, and then 5, and then do that again. Perfect, yay.
Flower, doily, flower. Got it.
So that's pretty much covers the base toolkit of it. It's all about getting clarity or opening your showering gun, whatever you want to say. On an official Guild Wars 2 broadcast,
they just talked about Naruto.
As a nice defensive tool, lots of mobility to be kind of a melee assassin deal for competitive modes. And a lot of AoE cleave damage. That was like main goal for this weapon is AoE cleave. But I can also show the ambush as a mirage. It's going to stab in front of you. Just be more of a DPS cleave tool because you can never have enough damage. It is called Fractured Glass.
I like it. Flashy.
So you're going to be kind of like glass mirage shards stabbing with your spear in front of you. And then, so the Mirage Mantle trait will cause you to gain sharpened edges when using the skill, which is a damage multiplier buff. This is kind of another balancing tool.
Okay, so that said that if you do a spear ambush, you get 15% bonus damage for 10 seconds. So if the total damage is enough to be meta in PvE, that's going to be a required part of the rotation.
we can use for Power Mirage. Part of the reason in PvE is that, the base Mirage trait line just doesn't already have like a lot of just pure damage multipliers. So this is another way that we can, give Power Mirage more damage in PvE. So it'll use it, provide a buff. It currently provides like 10 seconds, but you can stack the buff up some more every time you use it. So to give you time to like swap to other weapons, you don't have to be camping.
It stacks. Most buffs that are not boons, you can't stack up their duration. Not all, but most. So that's interesting.
Always, but you do want to make sure you're going back into Spear to, keep that damage multiplier up. Yeah, that should mostly cover Spear, based around positioning with high damage, mobility, pretty fun. Yeah. You think anything else to say, Cal?
You just press 2 and 5 some more because they look awesome.
It's just so crazy, like how cool this looks.
Yeah, that's awesome. Great stuff. All right, I guess we can talk about Ellie. Do we have to?
Can we just turn the stream off? Like, bye guys.
It's kind of funny because like Ellie guys, counting like Weaver, they had to make, what did they say? It was like 45 skills or something like that. Or wait, no, hold on, 5 for each element. No, sorry, I'm way off. That's 20, and then 1 for each weapon, each combination. Oh, I'm weaving. Which is like
26.
26. There's 26. So they did as much work on Ellie as they did on 5 other classes combined. That's... I don't... Like, you ever wonder if they look back and they regret making Elementalist, like, as developers? I feel like this day, they're like, oh, man, I wish we hadn't done that.
Guys.
Yeah, so we're probably about maybe 2/3 of the way through the stream now, because all we have left is Ellie, and there's only 26 more skills to cover, guys. We will obviously be going over all 26 of them skills. But is the Elemental Suppression,
skipped ahead a bit.
The Spear, the long-ranged glass cannon damage-dealing weapon that is not a longbow, but hopefully it is a reasonable replacement for everyone who is looking for this style of gameplay.
Really quickly, for anyone who hasn't been in the Guild Wars 2 community very long, Elementalist, many people make an Elementalist because they want to be a wizard. They want to sit in the back and shoot fireballs. However, there's really not any great two-handed weapons in the Elementalist kit for sitting back and doing that. They're usually forced to get up close and personal. So every time they got new weapons, like when Weaver came out, and then when Catalyst came out, and then it was a hammer, and then when they were getting a new another new weapon, it was something else, and they got pistol, which was like short range. They're constantly like, please give us like a longbow or something. So it's been kind of a meme for ages that Ellie's want a longbow, and eventually Guild Wars 2 would give them like a melee longbow. So that's what he's referencing there.
So let's just start and fire. Why not? Where should we start?
It sounds so broken. I think just muck it. It's fine.
We just start with the auto attack. Let's just start with the auto attack. Flame spear. Throw a spear at your target.
Yay.
Great. All right.
You can tell with 26 skills, they really kind of phoned it in.
Moving on. Skill 2, we have Blazing Mirage.
Volley of blazing spears.
This is a ground targeted and use the cool jump animation. It's not an evade, but doesn't lock your animation. Lock your character like the warrior one does, because it's not an evade. So, trade-offs, whatever you want to say. This one, AoE, explosion, burning damage, all the good stuff. It's 1200 range, by the way, in case that was not obvious.
1200!
But next up, we have Seethe. So this...
Gain boons. Your next spear skill deals increased damage. Gives you 5 might, a fury, and your next spear attack does 20% bonus damage. Half-second cast time. Is
something we talked a little about in the blog. All the 3 skills in all the attunements have kind of 2 different components. They have a small buff that they give to yourself, or some utility value that they give to yourself. And then they also empower your next spear skill in some way. So Seethe gives you might, gives you fury. You are seething, so you're more powerful in some way. And then also your next...
It works for Wolverine.
Spear skill will deal increased
Roars and
damage.
anger gets stronger.
And importantly, this one and the air one, which gives guaranteed crit strikes, We'll get to that later. But these affect all strikes of the skill, not just your next skill, whereas the Earth skill that we talked about in the blog, which gives daze as a bonus, is always just the next strike because it'd be way too powerful if a multi-hit skill could daze you a bunch of times. But here we're going to see this plays very nice with the Volcano that we'll get to because Volcano strikes a bunch of times. We want to make sure this bonus actually rewards that.
Cope, Mold, Seethe. Dude, that would be so funny. If the 3 skill on fire is Seethe, and then the 3 skill on water was Cope, and the 3 skill on air was Mold.
So it is going to affect all strikes from your next skill. And this is only consumed by your skills specifically. No shenanigans with, like, I don't know, Glyph of Storms or something to get more damage there. It will only be consumed by and only grant bonuses to the spear skills. So next up, skill 4, we have Meteor. There's just one meteor.
Oh.
It's not a shower of meteors, it's just one meteor. Conjure a meteor at the target location. And this is the slot 4s that we talked about during the blog as well, where all of them have kind of this inner radius that rewards you for targeting the skill well. It is going to give you some sort of bonus. In this case,
generous.
It gives you increased damage. Notably, these skills currently cannot be retargeted. That makes it a little bit too free to get the inner circle bonuses. We'll see some strong ones. Obviously, increased damage is good. The float that we talked about in the blog that we'll get to as well. So you'll actually have to aim these very well, or aim these effectively. Obviously, if you don't get the inner circle bonus, you still get a good chunk of damage here. You still get some damage on the other skills, but you won't get that guaranteed bonus if you are able to hold your mouse on top of your target. And then finally, we have the 5-slot skills. We're going to see
Etch a spell into the ground that creates a violent eruption. Using a number of other skills within this etching completes the spell, unlocking full potential, which we saw in
a lot
the
of patterns in the achievements, and this is trying to kind of simplify the feeling of the kit or the weapon a bit.
So, this is the thing that when we saw the teaser before, I actually added Guild Wars 2. They follow me on Twitter. I added them on Twitter, and I was like, hey guys, I love your descriptions of all the new skills, the new mechanics. Sounds great. I'm concerned about being grouped with a couple of people doing that. We will not be able to see the ground. We will not be able to see red circles from the enemy anymore. Like, imagine there's a Deimos Defile, like an oil, somewhere under that. Good luck. And they did see it, so hopefully that got passed along to someone important, because this is like challenge mode.
Kind of what we see with Firebrand tomes, where a lot of them have similar styles of skills on the same
talk about
button.
that? Good.
Just so that when you go into a new tome, or when you go into a new attunement, you kind of have a general sense of what those skills are going to do, and try to give kind of not a completely linear feel to the weapon, but a more straightforward understanding of how the weapon works. So with that said, we can talk about the first etching skill, and this is Etching Volcano. And the first thing I'm going to say about this is that there will be LOD effects, level of detail effects, for everyone except for the Elementalist. The final versions of these are still being worked on, so for the beta, these will all just show a combo ring to enemies and also your allies. You'll see the fire field, while the Elementalists themselves will see this super cool graphic.
That's not a solution. That just means the Elementalists are gonna die more. That's not a... Oh my god. No, that just means the Elementalist isn't gonna see where the oil is. What do you mean?
Around etching. So the idea behind these skills, how they work, the etching itself creates a large area that gives you some personal benefit, doesn't affect allies, but a small personal benefit, and then as you use skills inside...
Come step into my suicide circle.
The spell circle...
Dude, it's like roulette. You'd be taking these guys to Deimos, and it's just like a freaking roulette game, like Russian roulette. You're like, yeah, where's the oil? Nobody knows.
That kind of charges up the spell circle. So we see when you first drop it, you have access to the initial flip over, in this case, the lesser volcano, which you can fire off in a pinch if you need to, but this will be, in this case, it'll last for less time, so it'll fire off less eruption, damaging areas, and do less damage overall. But once you get the spell circle fully charged, we can see the V effect. Visual effect also charges up as you use skills. It looks super cool. But once you get that full power, you can unleash the ultimate, in this case, volcano.
But you designed a game where we have to see
longer,
the floor.
Fires off a bunch of missiles, deals a bunch of damage. And that's the gist of it. We'll get to the other attunements, obviously, as well. They're all kind of in this similar vein, with a lesser version and a full version. And they all have kind of different flavors. We'll see some personal healing. We'll see
I like
CC,
the claw
we'll see
things that come up around the
debilitating
ring. That's
conditions
cool.
as we get to the other attunements. but fundamentally, all the attunements kind of have the same mechanic tied to them. So typically, you'll come into the attunement, drop the etching on.
Hold on a sec. Hold on. I'm taking a screenshot. Let's see. Fun future mini game for Elementalists. On Deimos. Where's the oil? Post. There we go. Excellent.
On the ground, press 2, 3, 4 if you want to, ending with a 3 here specifically so that your volcano deals more damage. But these also charge up through any skill usage. So if you do have, say, Arcane Blast on your bar, that'll give you a charge toward the etching. Or if you want to use auto attacks, that'll give you a charge on the etching. It's pretty easy to charge these up, honestly. We didn't want it to feel too difficult, make it too clunky. So that's something we'll be keeping a close eye on during the beta, is making sure that it's not completely free, but we do want you to have fairly easy access.
I do want to say, because, you know, like, I'm memeing a little bit here. I like the idea of this. The idea of, like, a wizard making, like a little domain, you know, and they're like, when I'm in this zip code, I'm stronger, you know? I have saturated my mana into the ground here, and I just get pumped when I'm in this spot. I know a lot of FF14 players have told me that they've got a class over there called, like, Black Mage or Black Wizard or something like that that does the same thing. I like the idea of it, all right? I'm down for that. I'm just concerned about visibility. That's it. I got no complaints about the mechanics.
Access to the full power version of these skills.
Domain expansion.
All right. Should we move on to water, or are you still showing off?
Freaking Jujutsu Kaisen. Now just imagine domain expansion. Oil everywhere. Bong.
You're already in water.
It's water time.
We're already in water. Moving on. All right. So water, we have the restorative spear. Pretty straightforward. Throw a spear. If it hits someone, you heal yourself a little bit. 1200 range, though. So we'll see a common theme. I'm just going to keep saying 1200 range, because it's 1200 range. But we can move on to skill 2, which is the Ice Beam.
Just for spice, they should have made the Earth one like 300 range. Just have one of them a different range, just to muck with you.
So this is kind of a different flavor of an
That's all
AoE
laser.
attack. Obviously, you need to line up your enemies as opposed to having them all stand next to each other. But we get a pretty cool 1200
Iceland.
range.
Dude, you guys
beam
got Ray of
ice that
Frost.
deals some
You got a
damage,
D&D
and it also
cantrip.
inflicts chill. Honestly, nothing too crazy, but a fairly potent skill.
Why does the other guy always look like he wants to laugh? He likes to smile. Dude, he's the kind of guy you want to bring with you to parties. Or if you're doing your first night on stand-up, you need him front row.
Then skill 3, we have access to Ripple. So this is going to be an evade. We talked a little bit. This is intended to be a little more of a glass cannon type weapon, but we still want to have a little bit of defense. We'll see the water and earth.
Looks cool. I like it.
3 skills provide a bit of defense to yourself. So this is obviously the evade. And dash does some condition removal. And the extra bonus here is that your next spear skill has cooldown, a lower cooldown. Then skill 4 is the inner circle skill of its attunement.
Whirlpool.
I think this might be Taylor's favorite effect.
That does look really cool.
Like, oh my god, guys. Like, it's
We have
crazy.
I do like
Undertow.
that.
So
Is it a
the
pull
idea
or
is
just
to
damage?
create a whirlpool. Enemies in center are pulled inwards.
And
And
again,
everyone
it
else
does cover
is
the ground, but it's for like
teleported.
half a second, so.
But it also slows everyone that it strikes. So pretty powerful CC. You know, sets up for maybe for the 5 skill, which forgive me ahead of time, because I will butcher.
Etching Jackalhop. Wait, Jackalhop? Jackalhop. Hold on. I don't know how to make an O with dots. Define Jackalhop. A Jackalhop, which is pronounced Yo Cool Lap, is a sudden and catastrophic flood caused by a glacial lake breaching its dam and draining. Oh my god, one of them has a word of the day calendar. Are you serious? Yo Cool Lap!
The skill name, but big shout
Hold
out to the
on.
editor.
Can I make it say it? I can't make it say it. Oh, wait, hold on.
Jökulhlaup.
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 Jök.
Yeah, I remembered it from the magic card. I had that magic card. I always called it Jockalops. Jökulhlaup.
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 Editing team for leading my my skill name in
All
the
right,
game.
your turn, Cal.
The 5 skill on the water sphere is the etching of the Yokelhop,
Oh man, I was ready to make fun of him. I think he nailed it.
which is a glacial flood specifically. So we'll see some watery stuff here, and we'll see some ice as well because it is a Yokelhop. We'll see here the etching, another sweet-looking spell circle. This one gives you personally a cold healing.
I don't know why I thought it was funny when the water was like whee over the edge of the cliff.
It's also a water field, so you can dash through it with Ripple, get a little bit more healing. And then that'll flip over to the lesser Yokelhop, which is going to fire out a, icy wave at your enemies. It's going to heal you. First target struck will heal you a bit more, and the additional targets that you strike will give you a lesser healing. Obviously, we can charge up this etching in the same way as the fire one and all the others. That'll give you the empowered version, which is going to do a bit more damage, and it's also going to have increased healing numbers on there as well. And just for, once again saying it,
the healing weapon if you don't need it for boons.
So I believe that's everything in the water attunement. I'm going to take a quick water break after that, but we will be moving into the air attunement next.
Masterful segue, sir.
Your healer just like, Yokelhop, just Hail Hydrate, slaps you with a tidal wave in the back. Skip.
Kicking this off, again, the auto attacks are all very straightforward. We have the Lightning Javelin, thematic skill name, but it does not interrupt attacking enemies like it does in Guild Wars 1. But it
Stacks
is a Javelin of Lightning, so there you have it. Also inflicts vulnerability at enemies 1,200
yell to
range away
Yokelhop.
from you. Next up, we'll go into skill 2, another kind of ground-targeted AoE skill, this one called Fulgor. And the way that this skill works is it's similar to Guardian Binding Blade, where it is applying a damage over time debuff that scales with power.
Oh, dude, look how long it's going!
The longer your enemies stand inside of this, the more each tick of the
what?
strike
This is like
will
4
inflict a couple
Jacarandas
seconds
glued
of this
together.
debuff. So stack up and up and up the longer they stand into it, and that will follow, maintain. We see the little lightning cloud above the golem that will stick with you as
That's
it
the
rains
2?
lightning down.
Hold on. Create a storm of lightning that inflicts damage over time to affected foes. Duration 4 seconds, but then Fulgor lasts 3 seconds. So does that mean it lasts, like, if it keeps refreshing it, then it'll be 7 seconds? Because, like, the last tick will refresh the 3-second duration?
Down, even after the spell is done, that is as long as the debuff is on you.
It's a 6-second
Moving on to
cooldown.
skill
That's
3,
like
we have
perma lightning bolts.
Energize. This is an instant skill. Again, more of that utility focus. We just get super speed, so less of a immediately powerful mobility skill as Ripple, but just a burst of super speed, and then your next spear skill will always
Dude, air might be my
strike.
favorite so
Again,
far.
this applies to
Super
all
speed and that fire and forget
strikes
lightning cloud.
of the skill. Namely, if Volcano is striking a bunch of times, all of those strikes will critically strike instead of just the next one.
Muck, about the domain expansion skills like Ellie Spear and Foggy Swamp from Untamed. I'm just imagining it Untamed like domain expansion, Foggy Swamp. What if the enemy AoEs have priority as a layer? That'd be perfect. That would be freaking perfect. Like, okay, first of all, many enemy AoEs is just a red ring, just like the ring. It doesn't have filler. It's just the circle. So it'd have to still be visible. For example, using the thing I was joking about, if there was a thin red circle over, like somewhere on this, it might still be impossible to see, even if the red was on top of this, right? You might have to squint at it, and it might take you a few seconds. Too late, you're dead. But for like the Untamed, that would absolutely be a solution. The Untamed is green, and as long as the circle's red, it would be easy to see unless you're colorblind, in which case, well, I guess they're punishing you for that.
Next up, skill 4, we have the Twister. This is one that we saw in the preview video. It looks super cool as well. This is the inner circle skill of the air attunement. Does some damage, does some vulnerability, and the inner circle here is going to be a float. Skill is also a blast finisher, so that's something that could come in handy. You know, if you're playing Catalyst, there are blast finishers. You also have leaf finishers, a bunch of finishers on this kit, so that you can get those triggers, get those extra, what's the trait called? Elemental Epitome triggers as needed. Then we have skill 5, the air etching, which is the derecho. This is a intense windstorm, you might say. We'll see. This is going to plus fury.
Derecho. Hang on a sec. Define derecho. Daracho.
Derecho.
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 Derecho. A line of intense, widespread, fast-moving windstorms and sometimes thunderstorms that moves across a great distance and is characterized by damaging winds.
Yourself and have the similar charging up mechanic as all of the etchings have, and it will allow you to throw out this pretty cool looking, lightning-y windstorm that is going to deal some damage and daze enemies that it strikes. So after you initially start with lesser derecho and power up to the full power derecho. I'm pretty sure I'm saying derecho correctly, but maybe some people in chat are just very.
The lesser
right
one
now,
is pretty
'cause I didn't
disappointing
practice it as
looking.
much as I
The
practiced
greater
saying
one
the
looks
opal
kind of cool.
But this effect is super cool as well. All the LE effects are just so good. All the effects on all of them are so good. But I've seen the LE one probably the most.
Nice
and
recovery,
like,
Cal.
Looks awesome. I think that's it for the air attunement. So I'm going to take another water break, because why not?
Earth.
Time
Skip.
left on this stream to talk about the Elementalist
Earth
Spear
does
that is
bleeding.
1200 range.
Does every class get spear?
Can kick
Yes.
things off with the auto attack called Stone Strike. Nothing too crazy. You throw a spear, inflicts bleeding, does some damage. Skill 2 here is the Earthen Spear. It's just a much heavier, much more potent projectile attack that does significantly more damage than the auto attack. It's also projectile finisher and does a pretty significant cripple here. So, we talked about it, this weapon being a bit of a glass cannon. We do see the survivability aspects are going to be some of that. You have the dash and water, but it's going to be a lot of soft crowd control and hard crowd control, where it's going to be more positioning based. If someone is
Something I want to point out that I really like. I'm not watching this on YouTube, so I can't. On YouTube, I can move it frame by frame. When he pulls back the spear, you see little rocks pull up out of the ground to the tip of the spear, like he's juicing it with extra weight right as he throws it and it leaves his hand. I love that.
you right next to you.
It's on the auto, but it's a really cool animation. I feel like the rocks come out of the ground and stick to the spear
there,
as
the
it's
super
leaving
speed run
his
away
hand.
type of thing. It's less hard mitigation because we do want this to feel like that glass cannony, long range, 1200 range, big AoE damage, but not a ton of survivability. Enough survivability that you don't just fall over if someone sneezes on you, but it's not going to feel as tanky as some other elementalist weapons for sure. But one of these skills that is defensive here, skill 3 in the Earth Attunement, is Harden. We talked about this in the blog. This is going to give you a personal barrier and make your next spear strike inflict daze. So this can be
Gara.
obviously any of your skills. The auto attack will daze, the 2 skill will daze. Any spear skill will daze as long as you have this Harden buff on you. We've seen a lot of these 3 skills are also very quick casting. That plays in very nicely with the charging up of the etching as well. Then moving into skill 4, we have the Fissure. This is the inner circle mechanic here. Kind of similar to the fire one. This skill does a little bit less damage overall, but it gets a damage increase in the inner circle, but also weakness.
Tiny magic rune in the
So a
middle.
little bit more of that debilitating. We get some cripple on here, get some extra weakness in there, and deal some damage.
Crippling foes. Foes at the center take increased damage and are weakened. So the whole thing is cripple, the center is weaken, and the center is 25% more damage.
As long as you're aiming this properly. Should be fairly potent, more of like a disruptive, debilitating skill, more so than a pure damage skill, but it still probably does a ton of damage in some game modes where it needs to. And then finally, we have the final etching here in
Haboob? Haboob! That's not real. Define Haboob. I'm about to get added to a list. Haboob. A violent and oppressive wind, blowing in summer, especially in Sudan, bringing sand from the desert. Haboob. Oh my god. There's gonna be a new, I'm calling it now. Someone's gonna make an emote on Twitch called Habooba. And it's gonna be the Booba emote, but with Erstagulkin.
Earth Attunement.
Haboob.
Etching
Alright, hold on. I forgot to look at what it does. Etch a spell into the ground that unleashes a devastating dust storm. Using a number of other skills with this etching, completes the spell. Skills within this etching, unlocking full stuff. Stability. Wait, is that pulsing stability? It says 5 seconds, 1 second stability. If that's pulsing stability for 5 seconds, that would be insane for support builds. I mean, anyone, honestly.
of a Haboob. This is a
I gotta look at their Twitch chat.
devastating dust storm.
Sorry, what's it
you
called
might
again?
say. It is the Haboob.
Oh, okay.
Haboob.
And for anyone who is unfamiliar, this is a very specific type of dust storm.
Habooba, fist bump. Habooba,
that
habooba, habooba,
it actually-
habooba,
the effect-
habooba. I can't
It
breathe.
definitely does it
Habooba,
justice.
habooba.
In a way that doesn't make the game
That's the whole Twitch chat. I knew it.
collapse.
I know you
There was
guys.
an initial concern here with because anyone who's not heard of the
Yo, it's pulsing
for
stab.
a hoob, it's like you should look it up.
The
online.
Habuba
It's
giveth.
like kind of this oozing wall of dust that just like consumes everything, and that's actually not great to put in the game. But the art
That's so good. That is so good. Chat, that's 1 second of stab, and then 1 second of stab, and then 1 second of stab. That's so good, because even if you're in some other game mode and someone removes your stability, you get another one a second later when they're trying to follow up on it. That's so good. The pulsing Habuba.
our team crushed it, and you know we found a way to really get the feeling of that without making everyone's FPS.
The feeling of a Habuba. It's like a great big bag of sand. And it's Earth.
Drop to 0 and make the server fall over. But here we'll see the Haboob, the etching of the Haboob.
He's laughing. He knows. He knows. Oh my god. They're still going at it.
It's going to give you personally stability, no one else.
It's Harry using a
then as
thesaurus
you
for fireball, but for wind.
Charge it up. We'll see that the greater version will do more damage, but the other aspect of this is that as you charge it up, the lesser version is going to do a couple of conditions. We see cripple and blind on there, but once you get up to the fully charged Haboob, that is going to do cripple, blind. I think
He's taking every chance to say it. Like he's going extra to say it more.
Cripple, blind, weakness, and vulnerability, in addition to doing a bit more damage. And you can just see the Haboob oozing over the screen and striking enemies in its path. So that's all of the primary attunement skills. We still have a few more skills to talk about.
I will destroy you with my fully charged Haboob.
6 more, you might say. I'm gonna for water as we set up the Weaver stuff.
Haboob can. This is so stupid. Not you. Oh my god.
Also, again, big shout out to the editing team for going with my skill names, because I'm pretty excited about them.
Mm-hmm.
Let me swatch Weaver on my own screen too, so I can actually follow along. We're going to try to maintain synchronization between the two of us as we talk about different skills. So where are we starting? Fire, water?
We are all grown adults. Well, dude, I'm immature, but I think it's funny hearing Cal try to talk with a straight face, and you could tell he's suppressing laughter because he knows. And that makes it funnier to me.
Fire, water.
All right. So fire, water. There's actually a kind of a shared mechanic to the Weaver skills as well. We're going to see here that they're in a similar vein to the Ore skills, where they're kind of more utility focused, and there's a second bonus effect. So the
2 auras? Gain Fire Aura and Frost Aura.
Frostfire Ward is the Fire Water dual attack. It's going to give you both Fire Aura and Frost Aura. Pretty cool. But then the thing that all of the dual skills do is that they are going to fully recharge the cooldown of your primary attunement. So obviously, as a Weaver, you typically have those longer cooldowns as you swap between elements. It puts all your skills on cooldown, all your attunements on cooldown.
Wow.
So you can't
That's gonna
immediately
be
swap
game-changing.
into the dual attune state. But with these dual skills, you'll kind of have that flexibility. If you swap into Fire Water, use Frostfire Ward.
That's going to be also very high APM, but because you could be like you could be like fire, hit F3 and be air fire, and then 3F3 to be full air really quickly.
You can then immediately go into Fire if you want to. So it's like, it's pretty exciting. It's pretty, like, it gives you a lot of room. It's going to be interesting to see how you play around this, right? Because as you have the offhand attunement, you have like the etching available, but then you can also, if you've already used that etching, maybe just immediately use the dual skill and then swap it to your fire state and then start from that etching. There's a lot of flexibility here that these give access to, and obviously they're all like instant low cast skills as
Piano, screw that. We need a grand piano now.
well, because they will
With
charge
foot
up your
pedals?
etching. So we felt that this was a really cool
at me. I'm so curvy. Hi, Cupcake.
mechanic to give to Weaver, because it kind of shakes up how their existing gameplay works while also playing into the spear weapon mechanics. So we'll see how it plays. I think it's pretty cool, and we're hoping that it makes it feel pretty clean and fluid to play. And then there's also these other effects that are tied to the skills. So we see Fire or Frost Aura. So where are we going next? Fire, air?
Fire, air, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Fire, air, we have Galvanize.
Galvanize. Great song. Gain might and super speed. Reduces the recharge of your primary attunement. So I guess all of them do that.
So the idea is that there's kind of like the 2 small utility pieces, one from each attunement, is what makes up each of these skills. We saw the Fire Aura and the Frost Aura. Here we're getting some might, which is thematically fire. You're also getting some super speed, thematically air. and again, recharging the cooldown of your primary attunement. So next, let's go Fire Earth, shall we? We have
Fiery Impact. 4 seconds of stability. Blast Finisher. Recharge.
Fiery Impact. This is going to grant you stability. It's also going to be a Blast Finisher, so obviously Earth and Fire. And then again, reduce the cooldown of your primary attunement. So all of these are fairly utility-focused, pretty simple things, but they are playing into the underlying mechanic of the spear, which I think brings a lot of value to them.
Stab while you stab.
And obviously, the effects are non-trivial too. Like getting stability is good, getting Frostfire Fire is good. They're obviously not like crazy damage skills, but they are like useful utility skills that are almost free because you can just swap into your dual attunement, have your other 3 skill if you need it. We still have 3 more to go. Let's go to Water Air next. The skill is called Elutriate. This removes 2 conditions, 1 damaging condition and 1 non-damaging condition from yourself. So obviously, we get some of that. More of the non-damaging from air is the thematics here, and the damaging condition from water. But you'll be potentially cleansing 2 conditions while also reducing the recharge of your primary attunement. So you can continue to unleash your 1200 range skills on your enemies. And next up, we can talk about Water Earth, which is the Soothing Burst. This will heal you while also being
Heal
a blast
yourself.
finisher. So again, some of these blasts are really cool with, you know, maybe primarily the water etching because it heals you, but you can also get some might, you can get some swiftness, maybe a little bit less exciting, but blast finisher.
Some soothingness.
Obviously recharges the primary attunement. And last up, we have the Shale Storm in Air Earth. This is a very short duration projectile hate skill. So it is actually
3 seconds of projectile hate. So not as long. I don't think that's as long as the one from the focus offhand, but it's there.
You know, very, very powerful effect, but it is only a 3-second duration here. We'll be keeping a pretty close eye on this because it is, again, fairly free, making sure the cooldown and the duration lines up. But this is like supposed to be more of that defensive utility-focused skill. Thematically, both air and earth have the projectile hate, so it felt natural to do like this one thing as the dual attunement effect. And that is the last skill on the Elementalist Spear, which is a 1200 range, long range, class cannon, AoE DPS weapon. I think we got it all.
I
Did we miss anything?
think we hit everything, even like ambushes. For every class. That is all.
Wow. First time for everything.
Yep.
Yes, so we're going to wrap up now. How about you start the wrap up, Taylor, because I just talked for a long period of time.
You know, we're going to be having the beta next week, starting June 27th, 9 a.m. PST, and it goes to June 30th, 10 p.m. Pacific. Going to be there, watching everyone play, looking at all the feedback. Be sure to post all your
That's
feedback on the
starting
forums.
next Thursday, chat.
Looking at other social media as well to keep track of all the feedback. Really excited for everyone to get your hands on these. Also want to say, like, everything here is still beta. All the skill effects, art, audio, everything is still able to be tweaked after the beta. All the art, I hope, we know that these icons aren't perfect, but we hope they're a lot better to use than the construction men. So hopefully, you know, we took that feedback from last beta, and hopefully this is a step in the right direction for it. But yeah, I'm just super excited for these weapons. I know every team spent a lot of time working on these, and we're really happy with where they turned out. Like, just big hands to the animation team. You know, just because we have spears underwater doesn't mean we can just port all those animations from underwater. You know, 99% of these spear animations are new, handmade. For
What, you're saying we can't just have Summon School of Piranhas and Vampiric Shrimp and Necromancer ties a gravestone to you and sinks you to the bottom of the ocean? You're telling me that doesn't work on land?
these and all the VFX as well. New. It's, you know, and as you can see from Ellie and all the other classes, they're just really fantastic. So I want to give a hand to all the teams that worked on this, and I'm excited for everyone to give it a try.
Flying shark?
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, Ranger Spear 3 underwater is they turn into like a shark and swim forward really fast for a few seconds. We do flying sharks.
Well, the animations were still being worked on. We did use some of the underwater spear animations on our land spear skills, and it looks really silly because they all assume you're like floating underwater, so you just kind of like float in the air as you. The multi-stab attack was one that we used a lot for before we got the new animations for those. Yeah, as Taylor said, you know,
I should do a blooper reel with that.
there's so much work that went into these that from the design team, from all the other teams, QA doing a great job of catching all of our bugs, so the beta's, you know, less of a mess than it could have been. Animation team, visual effects team, editing team, narrative team. Like, I'm gonna forget some team because I can't remember them all off the top of my head, but literally, like, there are so many hands that went into making these spears.
Hyzen in the chat. Fix Revenant Spear, it already sucks.
and obviously the expansion as a whole. And it's great. I love working here. I love the team that we work with, the teams that we get to work
Wait, hold on. I wasn't even
with.
watching the center of the screen. Is he
Expansion as a
throwing
whole.
sharks?
And it's great.
I think he's throwing sharks. Kamahawali Wahwa Kukaracha. He's throwing sharks.
I love working here. I love the team that we work with, the teams that we get to work with. I feel like I was going to say something else, but then I distracted myself, as is always. So maybe we'll just wrap it up. But big shout out to everyone involved. Big shout out to the players. Hopefully this Spear preview stream lived up to the hype that we built up with our Spear preview blogs and videos. Shout out to the players who've been like so excited about, oh wow, these Spears look so good. But obviously it's a beta. All right, that's all I got. That's the most important piece of feedback. We can wrap it up.
Okay. All right. So I just skipped ahead through the small talk. That is the end of their almost 2-hour-long broadcast that they did today. This is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Little notes I made. I'll send them this feedback. I don't know if anything will come of it. You know, I'm just a player, just like y'all. I don't have any special treatment when it comes to this. But things that I think are issues. The face. Oh, I didn't even see that. Wow. The things that I think are issues are Necros being able to keep track of their soul shards, Mesmers being able to keep track of their clarity, Mesmer Spear 5 covering the ground entirely, LE Spear 5 covering ground entirely for them. That is still blinding for this game. Those are the things I think are like glaring issues. And, you know, there may be others, like the Necro Spear 5 preventing people from getting boons might be like a huge issue later on. I don't know. Can add NG focus to the list of impossible to keep track of. It's a big icon floating above the target's head. And if you've only got one target like a boss, you're going to always have it on that one target. So I don't think that one's as bad as the others. I think it will... Wait, hold on. What is the comment? I think it'll be okay as long as Haboob has the ripple covered. They gave Rev and Ellie too much sauce and Warrior too little. That may be why they will come out with a swimwear. Okay. All right. So, yeah, that's it. That is it for this. And once again, you know, next Thursday is when the beta starts, where we will be able to try it. If any of you have not participated in previous betas, what they normally do is they give us like an extra character slot or two. And during the beta, you can make a character that is a beta character. Now that character, anything it loots is going to get deleted at the end of the beta. So, you know, use it, you know what you're getting into. But that character is able to access all the new stuff, like spears and stuff like that. So, in the past, if you, for example, like it kind of takes a snapshot of your bank when it makes the beta characters. So, like if you have a Ascended Spear in your bank, then any beta characters that you make during the thing will be able to access the Ascended Spear from your bank. So it's a good idea to put things related to the beta, in this case some spears, into your bank so that you can try them out on the various characters and stuff like that. Because in the past, you've not been able to do that late. I think that's it. We went over all the classes. I went over the things that I thought might be issues. Everything else looks pretty cool. And eager to see basically how the numbers are. Because a lot of them, it's just got like whether or not it'll be viable in like day-to-day gameplay is going to depend on the numbers. Because if it's not about the utility, and granted some of them gave boons, but none of them gave like an overwhelming amount of boons that it's just like this is a utility weapon. So it's going to matter on all of them how the numbers are. So yeah, that's it. If you got any other comments, questions, problems, thoughts, concerns, put them in the comment section down below, and I will fight you there. All right, that's going to be the end of the YouTube video. It's a wrap. That's a wrap. Okay, chat, we did it. We got through the whole thing. That was a lot. Dude, as soon as I saw the broadcast, it was almost 2 hours. I was like, oh no. Oh my gosh. Happy haboobing. Edited down. No, not editing it. I'll just put a thumbnail on it and put it on YouTube later on. What was your favorite? The Ranger one is very simple, but it does fill a niche role, so I'm looking forward to trying it. Okay, hold on. I gotta go through all of them in my head to answer this. All right, Guardian has some cool utility. It's got Condition Cleanse and some other stuff. Revenant one, Unless it hit, like, the Revenant one seems to all be about enabling the 5 and then hitting the 5 to do big damage. Big numbers has never been my thing, so I don't really care. What was the Warrior one is just like a thrown shotgun. The Warrior one seems the most weird. It's a ranged weapon that rewards you for being in melee. And Ranger one looked like a decent kit. The Rogue, Thief one. Thief one looked interesting with all the different like attack chains it could do. Engineer was basically just like, I'm a lightning blender. Pretty simple. It was very flashy. It looked really cool. It was a lot of eye candy, but it was very, very simple. It was basically just walk in and whirlwind constantly. The Mesmer one, it was pretty, and it rewarded good positioning. The Necromancer one looked dangerous. The Necromancer one looked scary. With what it could do. An unblockable 1200 range teleport behind your target, Omaiwa Shindaru, prevent them from getting boons and then stab them 14 times. That looks kind of terrifying. Especially if they're like a Reaper and then they follow it up with the Freeze or something. And the Elementalist one, honestly, on the Ellie, as a support enjoyer, the biggest thing that made me go, oh, was the Earth 5, which did pulsing stability, like Well of Precognition. That looked awesome. The thing for Weavers looked really neat, but also it looked very high APM, and I know I won't want to play that high APM. Like I don't mind like mid to high APM, but that looks just like it's going to be just high APM. So not for me, but interesting. I missed it. What does Ranger Spear do? The one will be melee if you're in melee, and it'll be range if you're at range. The 2 I think was a swipe, like a cone attack. The 3 was a pounce, like a gap closer, or a runaway move. The 4, I don't remember. The 5 is a stealth, and it makes your 2, 3, and 4, and 1 do and different ambushes. The 4 was Spiderweb. The 4, you throw a net on someone, and the net immobilizes on contact, but then pulses cripple for 4 seconds. But then if you do 5 to stealth and then hit 4, or 5-3 or 5-2, they are slightly enhanced. It's a small enhancement. It's not much. It's not like when a thief goes stealth and ambushes you, but it is slightly different. Spiderweb is 5, whatever. Will you make trying spears videos? Oh, absolutely. Easy content. I tried an Elementalist with a pointy stick, etc., etc., etc. Okay, wonderful. All right. Chat. With that, let's see. Admuck, it dawns on me that a Haboob is a sandstorm. Where I live, it's usually good advice to stay off the road when one comes around because it destroys visibility. For the Elementalist, it'll be make red circles invisible. So they're trying to be thematic. Yep. All right. With that, chat, we are swapping over because one of my other favorite games got an expansion today. Heart of the Swamp is now live. Let's see if they had a smooth launch. We're swapping over to the Riftbreaker. I'm gonna break some rifts. Get your snails ready. Or I don't know what new monstrosities they've got. I don't know what they've got for me. Swamp. Yep. Swamp snails incoming? Possibly. Never play on patch day. Muk, did you finish V Rising? No. This morning, I spent the entire 4-hour stream fighting one guy, but I did beat him on Brutal mode. So I've got 3 bosses left in Brutal. The big beast Manticore thing, Adam, and Dracula. And one guy told me he was stuck on Adam for like a week, so I'm kind of scared. I don't know this game. What is this about? The Riftbreaker is a combination of an RTS and an ARPG. And it also has excellent Twitch integration. People in chat will get votes every couple of minutes on like, what do you want to do? Take his money, break his knees, stuff like that. But this right here is a video showcasing it if you're interested. But this is a lot of you know me for Guild Wars 2. I'm actually also, I think, the top Riftbreaker streamer as well. It's a niche audience, but it's freaking awesome. Okay, they changed the menu. All right, marker. All right, the Riftbreaker just came out with a new expansion, Heart of the Swamp. We are jumping into it right now. We're gonna go streaming, we're gonna connect, and chat now has interactive control. Additionally, I am going to do a link for the YouTube audience because we are streaming to 2 platforms here. Give me just a second. And where is it? There it is. Found it. All right. And I'm going to put that into the YouTube side for anybody who wants to participate. Okay. So they have got a new expansion. Also, there is a new menu. So we're going to navigate this. So we're going to go into single player. And I'm going to go into load game. And now they told me, I asked, that I need to be in a I can start a new campaign, but the DLC kicks in after a certain number of conditions have been met. So, what I am going to do is go to, is this one sufficient? Brutal 1. Day to, no, that's not it. Brutal campaign? That'll do. Okay, so this is a campaign where we beat the game on brutal mode. This is right at the end of it. So this should fulfill all the requirements of being in a game to be able to get into the expansion content as fast as possible. There's supposedly over 60 or 70 new buildings slash weapons slash enemies that they added to the game. Okay. Gotta... Oh, wow, this guy's got a teleporter. Okay, it's...
Mr. Riggs, are you seeing this? The entire
Oh, here we go.
horizon is turning purple.
Affirmative, Ashley. It is a large pollen cloud. My sensors picked it up days ago, but it was not classified
That's new.
as a point of interest.
How big is this cloud? Where is it coming from?
It spans a few hundred kilometers and has been traveling across the continent for at least a few weeks. Its origin is difficult to determine.
It must be coming from afar. None of the flora species that we've seen in this region could produce such amounts of pollen.
I do not think it could be a threat to our mission, but we can try to gather more data when the cloud reaches our base.
It's hit the ground. Let's head there quickly and see what we can learn.
Okay. Okay. Click these links. All right, you're just doing it for attention
Ashley,
now.
I'm detecting large,
Where?
fast-moving objects within the pollen cloud. They should be flying over our base in a moment.
So everything's turning purple. Oh, we gotta change some weapons too. Oh, here we go. Whoa, those are
That certainly
Zerg.
didn't look like pollen. Are you tracking these objects?
Affirmative.
Those are Zerg.
They should hit the ground close to our base. I marked the estimated landing location.
Like
on your
mushrooms
map.
are growing
Okay,
everywhere.
Let's see what it is.
Dude, they're bringing the swamp to us. All right, I'm gonna spam my teleport to follow them.
It looks like some of these creatures' attacks are originating from a common point near our base.
Interesting. We should go and Look at this strange vegetation. It clearly doesn't belong here.
This area must have been contaminated by one of those flying spores. It must be the source of this growth.
Whoa, whoa.
Yes, that sounds obvious. Let's see what we can learn from studying the macrospore in more detail.
We have to take a larger piece of this object and bring it to our alien laboratory to study it.
Okay, hold on. All right,
Research
so
completed.
I have changed quite a bit as a player since I played this particular save file. And we need to change some stuff here. All right, so first of all, we're gonna get this. Second off, I think it's a bit quiet. Let me go into the sound settings and options, settings, audio. Let's double it. Tell me if it gets too loud. And let's go back to crafting. What have we got? We got repair tools, maintenance tools. That's no good. All right, crafting, defensive gear. Okay, looks like we're decently rich here. Oh my god. Dude, what is this gear that I've got? I wonder if this save file is from before, like, they added the drones and stuff. Do I have loot drone on here? I don't think I do. Alright, can we research that? Yeah, there it is. It's gonna take 12 seconds. Tried it. New weapon.
A small sample will not be enough.
Okay, that's a little loud. 1 second. Audio, do like 30. Getting quite a few weird lag spikes. Might be too much going on the
A new
map.
technology has been developed. New
Wait, are these
blueprints are
explosive?
available for crafting.
Yeah, I think these mushrooms explode. Alright. Hold sample.
I can transport the sample with the Megasuit's gravity modulator arm extension. Please bear in mind that if we rift jump while holding this object, it will not travel with us.
Okay, let's take a walk then.
This sample is safe within the force field, but it is going to deteriorate quite quickly if we drop it to the ground.
For crafting.
Okay. So, walk back home. Try running on GFN. I mean, I don't need to make any changes right this second. Deliver a large spore
Ashley,
sample to an alien
are you
research lab.
interested in this object out of pure scientific
Alright, so
curiosity?
this
or are
save
you
file is from
seriously
long
worried
ago.
that
I don't
it
know where my
could pose a
research lab
real
is. I have to
threat?
find it.
Well, I guess both. I am still really excited about all of the magnificent wildlife that we're experiencing on Galatea every day. I came here as a scientist and as an explorer, and I still feel that way. Although I have to admit, we delivered a huge chunk of the macrospore to the alien research lab. Let's see what it can tell us.
I have analyzed the pollen in the air and the macrospore sample. The first thing to note is that they were produced by two. Research completed.
Okay. Gathering tools done. All that stuff's done. Wow, so there's a bunch of new stuff on the tech tree now. Mortar. Mortar and immolator. I think immolator might have been already.
Different species of.
Okay, and then let's get... Where is the gathering tools? I like those. There we go. Alright. And the maintenance tools is nothing. That can be replaced with something else, but it doesn't have to be now. Let's see. Cryosentry, bioscanner turret. Mini miner. I need, where's the radar scan? Radar scan should be there. And we could do bioscanner turret there for now.
Fungi.
That's interesting. The fungi that produce those gigantic flying spores would have to be enormous. And the amount of biomass in that cloud is also quite astounding.
The next thing we have learned is that the large spores feed on the microscopic grains of the pollen cloud. They would not be able to fly very far without it.
An intriguing parasitic relationship. Can you tell me more about that
that?
large spore? How was it able to spread that growth around its landing site so quickly? Can it survive in this environment?
That flying object was a carrier vessel that contained multiple fungal spores surrounded by a thick layer of hypernutritious resin-like substance and shielded by strong chitin walls. The organisms around the landing site used up the nutrients from the carrier vessel to develop very quickly. However, I am not certain if they will be able to survive in this environment, nor if they should be classified as a threat.
I'm not convinced about that. The fact that they're not trying to tear us apart with claws or beaks doesn't make them harmless. The sheer size of that spore cloud could make it dangerous. What if it starts to change the local ecosystem? What if it serves as a growth catalyst for the acidic yeast colonies that we've encountered? We can't
Those would
just
be bad.
ignore this. We have to find where this cloud is coming from and determine if it is dangerous.
Now that we have analyzed the cloud's content, we can input that data to the planetary scanner to search for areas that can contain large amounts of biomass with similar element composition spectrum.
Let's
Whoops.
look at biomes that can support large fungal colonies, potentially warm and with lots of water.
Affirmative. Further scans indicate an area that matches this query. It is a vast river delta located in the subtropical zone. The vegetation in that biome is very dense and strongly distinct from what we have seen in other parts of the planet. Its location suggests that it could be the source of the spore cloud.
Okay, that sounds good, Mr. Riggs. Please mark the location on the planetary scanner, and let's go to that fungal swamp as soon as we can.
New mission unlocked. Okay. They have set the stage.
Warning,
They're done
a
with
new
the
group
lore.
of hostile creatures is coming
What?
from a nearby nest.
I've got to go do the DLC. What are you doing?
Ashley, I've been tracking strange behavior within Galatea's asteroid belt. One of the smaller objects that had been orbiting the planet has recently changed its trajectory.
What's strange about that?
Oh.
Galatea is a relatively young planet. And
That's
has
a different
lots of moons
DLC,
and
so I hadn't
solar
done it in the
walks
save
in
file.
I have not detected any collisions in this object's vicinity, or any other force that could affect its movement. It is also heading straight for our headquarters. It should be flying over our position at any moment now.
Okay, you've got my attention. Let's track this meteor and see where it lands.
Okay, so I gotta kill these 3. Wait, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? Kermon attack? What is a Kermon? Guess we'll learn together.
The meteorite has landed near our
It appears when I played this save file, my answer to everything was swarm missiles.
Broad emission spectrum. That was not a typical rock.
I'm intrigued. Let's get to that impact location as soon as possible.
This should stop them from gathering in this area and improve our chances of survival.
Where's the
Every bit
Kermon?
helps. Base is under attack.
Where? Where? Here? Oh my god, it's invisible dudes. Oh my god, they're thick. It's like 80 missiles. Repair. Okay. Alright.
Research completed.
Okay. We have to try the new stuff and sample it. Okay, hold on a sec. Do I have any mods for this stuff? What did they do? They changed the screen. Life gain on hits. More range on a sword? Wow, okay. Alright, so let's look at the new weapons. Grenade launcher, high caliber rifle, immolator, laser. Mortar.
Crafting completed.
Can I charge it? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that's what that does. Alright. What else we got? Energy relay system. Alright, we know what that is. Fire traps, we know what that is. Shotgun tower. Oh, Doom Guy would love this. The tower is equipped with an advanced rapid-fire mechanism capable of discharging volleys of projectiles at high speed. This allows the tower to maintain a continuous barrage, effectively neutralizing large groups of small attackers. Alright, just research lots of things. Okay. Fungal Swamp Outpost. Travel to the new map. Alright. We need to find the rocket snail. You guys see there's a dude way over that way, like an angry mouth and glowy eyes? He thinks he's hiding, but I see him.
Rift jump successful. Air temperature 321 degrees Kelvin. Humidity at maximum. Visibility very low.
Wait, Mr. Riggs. Stop. Look over there.
Whoa. Are those birds? That's a big mushroom. Dude, freaking, is the world tree? I think we found where the spores came from.
Wow. I've never seen anything like this. That tree is enormous. We have to go see it up close. It's breathtaking.
I concur, Ashley. It appears to be even larger than the cloud drifters on Kephalus.
Yes, it definitely looks bigger. Let's go. We have to see it up close.
A new technology has been developed.
It's even more impressive when we're standing close to it. But
Wait,
I
wait,
can't
wait.
really make out the structure of this great tree. It's partially covered with the same growth that we've seen come out of that flying spore that reached our HQ. The trunk appears to be intertwined in thick, thorny vines. And I see hundreds of creatures crawling amongst its branches. It
that
looks
explosive?
very old and dried out. Let's go around the base of the tree. I want to learn more about it.
There's like spiders or something?
This side of the tree is densely covered with parasite nests. The entire trunk is crawling with them. It looks like they've overwhelmed this organism and they're draining all of its life.
Okay, well, energy sword works on these. Looks like it stun locks those.
The trunk of the tree is densely entangled with some sort of aggressive thorn vine. It almost looks like it's trying to strangle this giant organism.
Warning! I am detecting a lot of movement coming down from the tree. Ashley, get ready to fight.
Okay, check the west side of the tree.
This side of the tree doesn't look so dried out. It has visible living tissue. I can even see some resin-like substance coming out.
I need to change a hotkey. Okay, got all of that. Gas extractor and biomass condenser. Those are new. Okay. Let's see. This should be a cryogun.
Out from the crevices in the trunk.
Warning! Hostile creatures
Setting up
are
some
swarming
turrets.
down on us from the tree. Ashley, prepare to fight.
A new technology has been developed.
New buildings are available for construction.
Okay, Mr. Riggs. I think we should set up a research outpost at the base of this tree and learn more about the situation in this biome. I think this giant organism is the key to our riddle.
What riddle?
The pollen cloud and the gigantic flying spores trying to invade our headquarters? That's why we came here.
I am sorry, Ashley. I still have not classified those events as a threat to our mission. All of this looks like a natural part of this planet's ecosystem.
I hope you're right. Either way, I don't want to take that risk.
Build an outpost. Can I build in the, like, water? No. Okay, so we gotta find a dry bit. I think there's more land down there to use. Using this thing like a machete.
Research completed.
Okay, got those. What is this? Fire traps, portal bomb tower, shotgun. Shotgun's new, the other stuff's not. Alright. Let's see. So, build this here.
Okay, we've got an outpost building up and running. Now we can move
I
on
wouldn't say
to
it's up and
constructing the necessary research infrastructure around the tree and start gathering data about this organism.
It is going to be challenging to defend our base in the swamp. There is very little building space available.
Thank
and
you.
We will not be able to rely on wind and solar energy. We should focus on more efficient energy sources, like flammable gas, nuclear, or fusion power.
Yeah, let's just go nuclear.
We
Easy.
can use biocondensers to gather sludge from the mud pools all around us and convert that into flammable gas. Energy shouldn't be a problem. We just need to think different.
Extended pipelines will be difficult to defend.
That is true, but we can secure them with floating immolator towers. Plus, pipelines are cheap to rebuild.
A new
Floating
technology
immolator
has been
towers.
developed. New blueprints
It just
are
gave me
available
that.
for crafting.
New buildings are available for construction.
Okay, hold on. Biomass condenser extracts biomass from mud, leaving the organic remains behind. They are later fermented and turned into sludge. Okay, so it drains a mud pool and gives you sludge. Gas extractor, place the structure on top of a gas vent to extinguish it and start collecting flammable gas escaping from beneath the ground.
A new technology has been developed.
All right, so
New
that's going to give
buildings are
50
available for
sludge per
construction.
second. Where's gas power? Gas needs flammable gas. Where's the thing that converts sludge to gas? Right here. This uses 100 sludge per second. All right, so we're going to need more of these. Why can I not build another? Oh, do they have to be spaced out? They have to be spaced out. Okay.
A new technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
All right, and so that in the end is going to produce 25 gas. But we need 50 gas. Oh, God. All right. So we're going to need another set of these. Okay.
An enemy attack is imminent.
Why?
We should build stronger defenses around our base. A new technology has been developed. New buildings are available
I'm just
for
chilling.
construction.
Oh, wait. That's not going to work.
Base is under attack. One of our buildings has been destroyed.
All right. Okay. Oh, no, it's you guys. Hi, chat. I don't think your names are supposed to stay in the air that long.
A building has been destroyed.
Did they destroy the whole base that fast? Oh my god. You dudes are expensive. Literally everything gone. Everything gone. Alright. What was the floating immolator tower? Oh, we need AI
A new
cores.
technology has been developed.
New buildings are available for construction.
Does this building give AI cores? No, it does not. Okay, let's try this. Hang on just a sec. I'm taking a screenshot just to report this to them on their Discord. Give me just a second here.
A new technology has been developed. New buildings are available for construction.
Just FYI, streaming the new content with Twitch integration, and the stronger upcoming attack now leaves player names behind. Okay, there we go. Problem reported. I've done my due diligence. And how much power do we need to jumpstart this whole thing? A little bit of wind. Because we'll need to power the pumps for a moment for them to come online. Okay, where is these new towers that we got? I'm looking for them. Floating Piercer Tower. Shoots long-range projectiles that pierce multiple targets and explode on final impact with a massive blast. All targets are dealt cryo damage and get significantly slowed down. Floating Immolator Tower. Projectiles from this tower set the targets on fire, doing both contact damage and damage over time. Does it need power? I guess we'll find out.
Base is under attack.
No, it does not need power. It's Manson over here in the dirt. Okay. I think I'd like to change my teleport out for a dash. Let's see. Repeater rifle. Semi-automatic firearm designed for rapid-fire precision, allows the user to shoot as quickly as they could pull the trigger, making it ideal for situations requiring both accuracy and high firing rate. Bouncing Blades was already in the game before. What's over here? Acid Spewer. Cryo Spewer. Tornado. Upon activation, this device harnesses atmospheric particles and kinetic energy to generate a localized high-velocity vortex. The vortex rapidly expands into a full-scale tornado, which then moves forward in a predetermined direction. Fire Spewer. Have you played Elden Ring? I've got a full playthrough of me going through Elden Ring on the Mukluk Plays YouTube channel, if you are interested. There is a link to it coming up in the chat right now. I have not played the DLC yet, if that's what you're about to ask. Okay, we have got power. Let's get some batteries.
A new technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
And I need to get research stations going, which has been the whole point of this. And
a new technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
So the floating towers do not require power, but they do require AI cores, so you do still have to invest in them through these things. Okay, I want to change repeater rifle. Okay, gotta try out the new weapons, guys. Repeater rifle. Where's that?
Crafting completed.
Oh, whoop. Alright, so if I hold down the mouse button, it does this. If I release, it does that. If I left click, if I spam click, does that.
A new technology research completed.
And the DPS on it, considering that that is a low quality weapon, is pretty insane.
It has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
Can I make... Okay, I can't run power lines through the water. Oh, I guess energy pylons could be used to get the power over there.
Ashley, I'm detecting a lot of movement in the upper parts of the Great Tree. We should prepare to defend our base from the tree's direction.
Roger that, Mr. Riggs. Let's place some defensive towers within our base just in case.
I can't even make, like, proper walls just because of, like, how this is. I need floaty walls. I have to try the new events as well. Yep, I'll leave that up to you guys.
Blueprints are available for crafting.
Do I not have drones towers? I think I don't have drone towers in this playthrough. Alright, so they're gonna come from, like, right here. Let's see. Oh, what's hitting me? Whoa! This one's thick!
A new technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
Let's see. So this one is just really big. Uses high caliber ammo. How are we doing on power? We're okay right now.
Warning! Hostile creatures are coming down the tree.
Here we go. Since our base is super fragile, hopefully we got enough firepower built. Dude, they're actually coming down off of the top of the tree.
Base is under attack. A new technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
Sending out repair drones. Okay. That's cool. Alright. So we need to... Yeah, I misunderstood. I thought they were going to come from over there next. That's actually another area I have to... Oh my god. I wanted to see this gun. Alright, so this thing has a long recharge time. Very long recharge time on that gun.
A new technology has been
so we need
developed.
to do a scanner thing here. Does this require power? Yes, it does. It requires 50 power a second. Alright, so if we do... We could do another energy pylon here. This basically makes the power go over Wi-Fi. And it transfers it from this base. Let's see. Upgrade these things to process more. Alright, and then do I have... I need a permanent teleporter over here. And we'll put a couple of repair towers here too. This kind of reminds me of, any of y'all play Total Annihilation? That was a long time ago. But it had, when they added a patch that added floating towers in the core contingency expansion pack. I'm remembering that right now. Let's see, Tornado. has been unlocked. Wait, oh, I've got to craft it like a chip or something. Tornado.
Crafting completed.
All right. Let's try it out. I need a radar tower.
Danger! A large group of creatures is coming down from the tree.
Tornado. Oh boy! So basically it's just like muck you everything in that direction.
Tower destroyed.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Dude, this base is so fragile.
The research lab in Sector A has finished gathering data. Base is under attack.
They're spending a lot of money on missiles right now. Maybe the play wasn't to make the base right under the tree. You can only build on dry land, Shugo. I literally had to. That's part of the challenge. I could only build on the dry land. I didn't have a lot of options. Okay, well, we got one useless drone right now. Let's replace it. Should I get a legendary? I can. Sure.
Crafting completed.
Okay. Where's the floating tower so I can upgrade them? Acid Spitter. HCM Tower? HCM Tower's rocket is equipped with a payload of a heavy cluster of munitions, each designed to cover a wide area upon detonation. These munitions are capable of inflicting significant damage to most targets, even at a very large distance. HCM Tower requires a supply of flammable gas to operate. Power Rod Tower. Massive installation designed to launch long-range warheads towards enemy targets. Upon impact, the warhead drives a massive power rod into the ground, generating high-voltage electric arcs, capable of damaging nearby enemies. Okay. Gas extractor level 2. These two only take 30 seconds. I don't see the floaty towers. Do they have upgrades? Are they alien research? Oh, here. Give me one sec. Chatting on the Discord with the Riftbreaker people. Just trying to show them the bug. Okay, done. All right. Let's see. How's the research over here going?
A new technology
It's
has
going
been
fine.
developed.
All right.
New buildings are
I need to
available
go.
for
Oh,
construction.
that's why we're still in combat. There's like a clog up here. I see. That's why. All right. So, outpost here, and Wi-Fi power there. And a couple of repair towers.
A new technology has been developed.
New
Floating
buildings are
piercer.
available for construction.
It's kind of cool that they don't require power lines, but you know, they do need AI cores, so that's the thing. Do that. Upgrade the gas power plant again to increase our power income without having to expand.
Tom Manson gifted a tier 1 sub to Exhaust Studios. They have given
The devs of the game.
449 gift subs in the chat.
Nice. Don't know that they're here right now, but I appreciate it. Couple of little wall stretches just to buy time. Okay. Can we build more floating towers now?
Base is under attack.
What up? Oh, I didn't even think about it. I bet there's a new survival map of the like swamp biome survival as well for future Mutiny Mondays, chat.
The research lab in Sector B has finished gathering data.
Okay, so this one's done. I don't know if I should sell everything there or wait. I think I'm gonna wait for now.
Research complete.
Gas extractor level 2, biomass condenser level 2. So if I upgrade you to level 2, what happens? You generate double the sludge per second, which means it would be really easy to get more, like, plug more gas power plants into it. Ah, no. Like that. So this is like, I think the second set of towers that doesn't require power. Like, I mean, you could say it has like an internal power thing that's powered by the sludge or something. I don't know. But the, what was it? The Morphium towers in the metal map was the other one. And these things are pretty awesome just because they're crazy range. Fluid mechanics, or is it just power? Not sure. Maybe. The teleports... Hold on, let me change the teleport to something else. And let's see. Damage trail fire. I'll look for a dash. There we go. Fire dash. Sure.
Crafting complete.
Extreme fire dash. Oops, I changed my appearance. Oh, I forgot I could do that. Hazmat suit. That's swampy. That's swampy. Alright. So we're just wait. Oh, there comes another wave. We're waiting on that one up there to finish. Here we go!
Base is under attack. A tower has been destroyed.
Oh, these things' attacks go through/under walls. That's unfortunate for me.
buildings was being destroyed.
No,
One of
I
our
like
energy
my buildings.
connectors has been destroyed.
Base is under attack.
I can't even tell very well what's hitting us.
I am not detecting any hostile creatures on the Great Tree anymore. Threat eliminated.
I hope so. It's hard to defend from the outside and from the inside of our base at the same time.
It's like a lurker. Yep, agree.
Base is under attack.
What are they shooting at right now? I can't tell. There was like one dude right there, and none of those guns could hit it. They were trying, but none of them were hitting it. Did the research station... okay, the teleporter, if I had one at the Northwest, got destroyed. I might have forgotten to place one. Looks like it's almost done. I'm predicting she's gonna find something that's gonna give Mr. Riggs a reason to care.
Has finished gathering data. Ashley, all of the research stations have finished their quantum scans of the Great Tree structure. You can proceed with the analysis.
Interesting. This organism has a very complex, multi-layered structure that goes deep underground. The part that's visible above ground is primarily responsible for reproduction, which is very similar to Earth-based mushrooms.
So, what is the interesting part?
So?
The fruit body, which we've dubbed the mushroom tree, is close to 100 meters tall. If the underground body of this fungus holds proportions similar to Earth-based fungus, this entire organism could span hundreds of kilometers. Who knows, maybe it's underlying all of this swamp.
That is a bold theory, but even if it is true, it still does not mean that this fungus is a threat to our mission on Galatea 37.
Wait, there's more. The pollen cloud that reached our base was emitted by this huge fungal species, but the larger spores that were spreading the infectious growth came from a different species. Our data shows that the invasive spores share DNA with the parasites that are crawling all over this tree.
That sounds like a typical parasitic relationship, which is quite common in nature.
It's like, I don't
but
care.
not on this scale. These parasites have almost completely taken over this great mushroom tree. That huge spore cloud was just a manifestation of the problems to come.
Research completed.
Let's see. Level 2 floating weapons is done. That's gonna take 13 minutes? Oh my gosh.
Imagine what could happen if a few hundred square kilometers big organisms started to multiply in an uncontrolled manner. I think that this ecosystem is on the verge of collapsing and that we should try to bring it back to balance.
I am still not convinced, Ashley, but you are the boss here. What would you like to do next?
First, we should stop these parasites from multiplying any further. I don't want to use
So the
brute
damage
force
doubles
against
and the rate of
them.
fire
That
doubles,
could
which
damage
means
the organism and
the damage
wouldn't be very
quadruples
effective.
when you upgrade it?
Maybe we could try to find some natural repellent that could drive them away from this tree.
I have cross-checked this parasite species' chemical spectrum against planetary quantum scans of the fungal swamp. This species appears to be commonly present in smaller populations throughout the entire biome. However, there are a few areas that are free of it.
Good thinking, Mr. Riggs. We have to check what is so repulsive in these places.
I concur, Ashley. I have marked one of these areas on the planetary scanner interface. We can go there as soon as you're ready.
New mission unlocked. Inner swamp. Swamp. Okay. Riggs, the opposite of Goric, cares not.
Drift jump successful. Oh my, Ashley. The atmosphere is intense in this area.
What? What do you mean?
The smell. It's overwhelming my sensors. You are so lucky to be inside of me.
What? What does it smell like?
If I had a nickel for every time I heard that.
Freshly
I would
baked
have-
cinnamon buns with
I won't
garlic
finish
and
that.
vinegar sauce, but much more intense than you could ever expect.
Oh, that doesn't sound so bad. At least we know what those parasites are afraid of. Let's try to find what's secreting the smell.
That plant looks interesting. Let's move closer to it.
1,000 cobalt?
Is that smell coming from this plant?
It does have an intense odor that is similar to what I described earlier, but it is much less intense.
Maybe it isn't ripe yet.
That is possible, or maybe it needs to be fermented.
Yeah, that would make sense too. I think we're getting closer. Let's keep searching. We can call this plant Garlemonium from the scent.
Brilliant name, Ashley. No wonder you're a scientist.
I love working with you, Mr. Riggs. Please, never change.
It's been 32 years, I mean months.
Twigs, thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Oh, I almost died from
I
that.
think I have it, Ashley. I know where that smell is coming from. I've marked the location on your map.
What? That's where we started. How did I mess up? Okay, this stuff is crazy durable. What quality are these? Well, hold on. What quality are these weapons? They're blue. Not bad. Not great. Red chainsaw. Did they change chainsaw at all? Hold on. I'm gonna make one of these just as an experiment.
Completed.
No, it still like slows you down dramatically when you use it. Alright, probably don't want to invest in that. Floating mines, lightning gun. Let's see. Oh, that's right, we just got the trident. That's a new weapon.
Crafting completed.
So it does that, chat. The tip stretches. Now that's a level 1 trident, so it's pretty crappy right now, but that's what it does. That's the damage coverage area.
Crafting completed.
That is the top sword in the game. We don't usually get to this during our survivals, our Mutiny Mondays. Better spear. Slightly different.
Oh, it looks like a colorful heap of toothpaste. Wait.
Or poop.
This what? Thank you, Mr. Riggs. This substance has an unbelievably intense odor. No wonder the parasites hate it. But we'll need to gather more of it if we want to get rid of them from the entire tree.
Brilliant. I really feel like I was made for this job.
Stop complaining, Mr. Riggs. Nobody said we'd only be sniffing flowers. Okay, how can we get more of this product?
These excrements
Angry
were
robot
produced by
noises.
a large animal that feeds on the Garlemonium plant. We should search for one of these animals, feed it with the fruit, and wait until the digestive process is complete.
Sounds easy enough. Let's search for this poop machine.
That's new soundtrack, yeah. They added new music.
Wow, look at that curiosity. It's got huge dangling eyes at the front, a lot of smaller eyes on all sides, and a huge gaping mouth at the bottom. This is probably the strangest creature that we've seen on this planet, or maybe even anywhere.
Indeed, Ashley. It is really difficult to say how all of its appendages fit in this ecosystem. It does not appear to be aggressive.
Bingo. This creature is an herbivore that feeds primarily on the Garlemonium plant. Now we only have to feed it some of the fruit and wait for the digested product.
I really like how you use the word products in this particular instance.
I was trying to avoid saying poo too much, but if you insist, we can call this creature a poogrit.
Ashley, we can grab
Poogrit.
one of those Garlemonian fruits with the gravity modulator and toss it to a poogrit. It should try to eat it if it's close enough.
Ew, that's gross. Wow, that was some rapid digestion. Bring out your drilling arm, Mr. Riggs. We've got science to do. Okay, I think we need to collect a few more piles of the product, and we should be good.
Poogrits. Y'all gotta vote if you're interested.
Okay, I think we noticed the Garlemonian fruit.
I am Mexican. Monsoon? That one's new.
The precipitation is intense. It may take some time before it subsides.
What does that mean? What is this thing? Activate drone swarm? Oh, I have so many boys! Oh gosh, we made something mad. No, I died. Freaking Baxmoss. OP. Defeat. Let me move. Snailed him. I got Baxmoss, if that's a verb. Ow.
The hard weather is over.
Alright. Is this thing gonna just be like the eggs? Bunch of Hazelnite and Rhodonite. Get my arm back. Activate reflect damage. Okay, so those things appear to give you a buff for a time period. Nice music, agree. Two more fermented poops. Just running from map icon to map icon on the map, trying to find either the poops or the thing to feed them. Okay. I can't use my dash while this is in my hand. So I guess this is one of the fruits. I don't know if there's a closer Pugret, but we know there's one to the northeast. Now I'm confused, does Ashley control the mech and Mr. Riggs is the AI, or does she just kind of hang out? Ashley is the human sent on this mission, and Mr. Riggs is her mech. He is an AI and controls the suit, but she's the one in charge. So she makes the calls, and he's supposed to, like, be like a tool for her. There was actually a creepy possible ending for the Metal Menace thing, where you're not sure if a different AI has replaced Mr. Riggs, or if Mr. Riggs is, still there. Oh, there he goes. Oh, so you gotta put it in front of the green light. God. What should we do for the opener mission? How about an epic battle in front of a giant mushroom kilometers tall? What'd you do for the second mission? Make him scoop poop. Brilliant idea, Jim. Promoted. Oh boy. Alright, so we got plants that shoot ranged attacks. I got plants with big, like, balls on them, and they're trying to hit me with their balls. I don't know how else to describe it. Oh, I got this now. Yeet! I almost forgot I had the fire tornado.
The storm is getting really intense.
Thunderstorm. I need one more poo.
New buildings are available for construction.
Oh, I thought I was dead.
Technology has been developed.
New blueprints are
definitely need better ranged weapons. Let's see. Flow tower level 2 done. Bioscanner turret done. Let's see. Let's change this to the bioscanner turret and change that to grenades. I don't even have grenades on my bar right now. There they are. Seven votes total, everyone asleep. I guess so. I could try to be more vocal about it when they pop up.
A new technology has been developed. New blueprints
I know it's
are
past
available
midnight
for
in
crafting.
EU.
The weather has
Alright, so there's
calmed
another
down.
Pugret.
The storm is over.
A new technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
They did a good job. Like, this place just feels like just infested. Oh my god, a snail! Why are you here? Oh no, chat, the swamp has snails. That's not good. We didn't want that, did we?
A new technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
Interesting that now if I use either a normal turret or if I use a frost turret, they share cooldown. Before I could just slam both down. Can't do that anymore, it seems.
A new technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
I think I'm doing quadruple damage for a time period because of that thing I just picked up. Get it, Pugret. Like these new plants? It's fine so far. I was more sad to run into snails and
I
Baxmoths.
think we've got enough of the product to spray the entire mushroom tree. We can rift back to the fungal swamp outpost as soon as we're ready.
Wait a moment, Ashley. I think we missed something that you may consider interesting.
What is it?
My sensors are picking up an unusual energy emission in the middle of a flooded area. The energy signature is similar to the bioanomalies that we have been encountering from time to time. But this one appears to be larger, and they previously only appeared on dry land.
Yeah, that certainly sounds like something that is worth investigating. Let's go there.
Okay. He doesn't know. I don't know.
A new technology
Going in
has
blind.
been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
Ashley, I am picking up a strong energy emission nearby.
I see light coming from behind those rocks.
Oh, it's an
Let's
egg.
check that out.
It's gonna
It
trigger
is
an
a
attack.
large bioanomaly, Ashley.
It's
Just
wet,
as
so I
expected.
can't build turrets
Wait.
here.
This is an obvious trap, Mr. Riggs. This place looks strange and deserted, and there's a huge treasure cache glowing red right in the middle. It's as obvious as it gets.
Well,
See?
do you not want to open it?
Duh, of course I do. Let's just get prepared before we do that. Somehow I feel that we might get surprised, even though we expect to be surprised.
Human logic. Danger! An acidic tornado has just formed near our location.
What? I made a fire tornado. What do you mean, an acid tornado? Oh, that's cool.
Research completed.
Alright. Let's quick save.
Warning! We have enemies coming in from all around us.
I wanted to build up here, but that acid tornado's in the way.
The acidic tornado is gone. I
There we
hope
go.
we won't see that phenomenon too often.
Woo! Okay, the thick one's immune to... Wait, why am I just juiced right now? Okay, so if I hit the thick ones with an electric attack, I stun myself.
A new technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
These are pretty sturdy. These are pretty sturdy. They are probably resistant to what I'm doing right now. One of them's resisting this. Good lord, these things are sturdy.
A new technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
Wow. That was a simple critter, but he was tough.
Research completed.
Imagine chat city that every vote. They gotta find out the name of that creature first. Is it less base building and more exploring story mode?
Including some very large ones.
GUI
That was
menu
unusual.
appearance
This
skins
species
cow.
appears to have higher intelligence than most creatures that we have encountered on this planet. Maybe they have intentionally
Adding that to the
prepared this
Discord.
trap.
I got a cow skin.
I don't think so. They're not that smart, and I doubt they would have been aware that we were coming here. I think this bioanomaly must have served some special purpose to them. Maybe they were worshipping it. Or maybe they were drawn to its energy.
We have seen similar bioanomalies in all parts of Galatea 37, but we still do not know what they really are. The things that they all share in common are that they appear to be much older than their surroundings, and that any attempt at opening them creates strong energy emissions that aggravate all creatures within a large distance.
Isn't this universal functionality strange? It would seem that these bioanomalies have the ability to control wildlife, and that they are using them as a protective mechanism.
A primordial organism that can control any sophisticated wildlife and appears in all parts of the globe? Sounds like a wild conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I agree that it's a far-fetched idea. Maybe someday we'll get to understand what's really behind this. A new technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
Oh no, I combined the land bugs with the tornado and now I've got flying bugs. Your vote, chat, if you wish to take part. Monsoon, strong wind, tornado, or rain. Yeah, I was stuck. Alright. Once it's done with the vote, going to the next map.
The tornado is destroying everything in its path. Let's move out of its way and repair what we can.
I will fight it like a Texan. Alright. Can we... Wait. What? Wasp launcher? Releases small explosive insects at rapid speed. These insects automatically track and home in on targets with precision, ensuring maximum damage upon detonation. The concussive blast devastates enemies without the... Tooltip incomplete. Let's see. Wasp launcher. The what? Exactly.
Crafting completed.
This reminds me of that weapon in Half-Life. They would shoot the
New
little
blueprints are available for crafting.
dart things that would track enemies. Okay. Minigun. Nice. Can we get the advanced minigun? Not yet. Okay. Inner Swamp. Back to Inner Swamp. Why can't I go right now? Is it because the tornado is still going? I probably have to wait on the tornado. Night Market chat, gotta get up early. See Arcadian.
Let's assess the damage that it's done.
There we go. Nope. Still can't. What? Why can't I go back to Inner Swamp? Return to Fungal Swamp Outpost. You're in Inner Swamp. Wait, hold on. What was the name of the... Oh, Fungal Swamp. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. That was in the wrong swamp. Wonder if there's gonna be a boss fight at the end of this one. The last DLC, Into the Dark, had a big like boss fight at the end of the Dark campaign. Like doing the snail dance, yeah. Okay.
We are back at the Fungal Swamp Outpost, Ashley. We can move.
Yeah, I didn't even see the wasp thing. Where was that? Shard gun. Repeater. Did I get the wasp from a loot? I might have gotten it from like a pod that I opened. I don't know. Is it alien tech? Charged bomb. Oh, there's wasp launcher right there.
Forward with your plan.
Okay, Mr. Riggs, let's get rid of these parasites from the tree. We need to spray the entire trunk with fermented garlemonium extract, and we obviously won't be able to do this ourselves. We need to build repellent drone hubs around the tree to cover the entire organism.
That is a special building blueprint, Ashley. I will enable it only when we are within the construction zones. Also, remember that you will need to supply these buildings with clean water to operate.
Roger that, Mr. Riggs. We can easily filter water from the mud.
So I think we're done with the science stations, and those are draining power, so I'll get rid of that. Alright, let's see if one max level pump plus this is enough. I think I've got the I can do the upgraded version of the big tower. Where is it? What happens if I upgrade this? It goes from, oh, it's doing 1,000 damage. It goes from 1k damage to 2. So this thing's a boss killer.
Repellent drone hub in Zone A is online and operational.
Oh, where did we
Fermented
go?
garlemonium extract distribution is commencing.
Here is not enough. Oh wait, can I just mark some of this and get more builds? Ah, there's bombs in there. You swine. Oh, and I can't even build there. Got my hopes up. All right, and water.
Mission area expanded. Please check your map.
Okay.
I'm detecting a large group of creatures heading
Wait, it already
towards our
grew back?
position.
Oh my gosh. Alright, that one's going.
Base is under attack.
Oh, it needs access to power.
Warning! A hostile group of creatures is heading towards our base. Prepare for an incoming attack.
Wasps!
Repellent drone hub in Zone B is online and operational. Fermented garlemonium extract
I don't know
distribution
how
is
effective they are.
commencing. A portal has been destroyed. A new technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
These creatures were huge. Wow.
I agree, Ashley. They were covered by thick layers of fungal growth that absorbed most of our firepower.
They could pose a serious threat to our fortifications. Do we have enough data to determine which types of weapons would be most effective against these fungors?
Dang it, I lost the power
Not yet.
here.
We have to gather more data samples from these creatures. In the meantime, we have a bigger problem to solve. The group of fungors that came to attack us originated from a large island to the west of our position. I am detecting a lot of movement in that area.
They must have a nest or lair of some sort over there. Let's investigate that. A new technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting. Ashley, the fungors are hatching around those large mounds. We have to destroy
Fungors.
them
New
to stop their
thick
attacks.
enemy,
Be
chat.
careful, Mr.
Fungors.
Riggs. This island is a fortress.
Zone
Oh my
B
god, I'm
has
taking so much
reached
poison
full
damage.
parasite
Or
repellent
acid.
saturation level.
Dude, where's the mortar coming from? Oh, it's on top of this thing. Oh, they're playing the stress music right now, too.
Look over there, Mr. Riggs. It looks like a smaller version of the great mushroom tree. Let's go see it up close. Warning. Hostile creatures are coming from a nearby nest. We should go there and clear it out.
I gotta try that weapon at a higher level. Right now, it just tickles them.
Get ready to fight.
Closing in where?
Base is under attack. Tower has been destroyed.
Base is under attack.
A little crazy here. All right. Original goal. Gotta build this thingy. And then water thingy.
Zone A has reached full parasite repellent saturation level.
And then that. Okay.
Research.
So we unlock small machine gun, sword, biomass condenser. Okay.
A new technology has been developed. New
Your turn, chat, if you would like to do a vote.
Crafting.
Warning, a new group of hostile creatures is coming from a nearby nest.
Repellent drone hub in Zone C is online and operational. Fermented galvanium extract distribution is commencing.
Isn't that another fungal fruit body from the same giant organism?
That is correct, Ashley. Both of these mushrooms are connected underground.
This smaller one looks much healthier. I can see fungal resin dripping from it. It's beautiful.
This substance is an incredibly potent energy carrier. We could easily break it down and use it as a substitute for plasma.
What? Are you serious?
Yes. We can use it directly to power shield generators, or we could run it through a plasma converter to produce supercharged plasma to fuel heavy artillery batteries.
That's
How?
crazy.
On the quantum molecular level, this fungal resin acts as a containment field for singular antimatter particles. The containment fluid disperses when it comes into contact with certain fungal enzymes, which causes the antimatter to react with regular matter and produce energy. The amount of antimatter that is contained in this resin is incredibly small, but it's enough to fuel the metabolic processes of this fungus. It is practically liquid energy.
That sounds amazing. We can use whatever is dripping out of this resin tree, but let's not overdo it. It's the lifeblood of this organism. We could kill it if we start extracting this substance on an industrial scale.
Oh, God! Alright, so it seems like the energy sword is great versus these, but I have to get closer, which is scary.
Available for crafting.
Let's make another big gun here. How do you extract this stuff?
Research completed.
Nuclear missile, mortar. Wonder what nukes do? Well, nukes were in the game before this expansion, so we've seen those. They are wonderful. There's a tube-like exit on that. You just put like a pipe in? Oh, you can connect a pipe to it.
Zone C has reached full parasite repellent saturation level. The entire mushroom tree is covered in gallium extract. The parasite...
Let's get a... Oh, I don't have enough rhodonite. Okay, I was gonna get a second red energy sword. Can't afford it right now.
Tree to see this.
A new technology has been developed.
New blueprints are available for crafting.
So these things seem to be... Oh, charged bomb just unlocked. Oh, okay, that's a new one. Let's try that now. This is a level 1 one, so it's not going to be too flashy. Wait, it didn't apply those changes I just did. Did I have to hit like an apply button or something? Oh my god, come on. Okay, there. Alright. New weapon. Right click. Wait, what? I don't even see a projectile. Am I just like teleporting a bomb under him? So like, here, right click there, right there. Yeah, it's like there's a delayed explosion wherever I point it. Interesting. Nuke 'em. I don't... What do I have? Do I have nukes? I might have level 1 nukes. Did you guys give me nukes? I have level 2 nukes.
Crafting completed.
Alright, so nukes have 2 ways of using them. One is just right click, and one is charge it. Which does that. There we go. Is that what the people wanted?
Warning, a new group of hostile creatures is coming from a nearby nest.
Great. What? It fired it off into space.
We have destroyed all of the spawning mounds, Ashley. This will prevent further fungal attacks from this area.
That's one less thing to worry about. It feels like everything in this swamp is trying to kill us.
Yeah.
Deadly walking mushrooms, plants spitting acid, plants bashing us with huge tendrils, and even plants that lob artillery-like projectiles at us. I don't think we're welcome around these parts.
Wait.
If it is some consolation, Ashley,
Those look like
we can create a
snail
new gas-running
things.
design
There is a snail.
based on the projectiles that those plants threw at us. It will not be of much use in this biome, but could be very useful against other types of creatures.
Ooh, that's nice. I'll try throwing it back at those plants, just to make them feel silly.
Whatever makes you feel better, Ashley. A new technology
snail.
has been developed.
Gas
blueprint?
grenades.
Research completed.
Okay, hold on. So grenade does 400. This does 20. But it does in a large area, damaging creatures in the vicinity. Doesn't say the duration, though.
Are available for crafting.
Okay. Looks like I can only hold one. And there's the upgrade for it. Okay, so I need to go back to the base of the tree.
This is amazing. The
Manson is still
Garblemonium
here.
extract worked even better than I expected. The parasite nests are dying, and the great mushroom tree is starting to bloom in some places. This is such
It's
a
gonna kill the
warm
whole
feeling.
planet. It's gonna be her
Okay,
fault, Chef.
Ashley. The first stage of your plan to save this fungus is complete. What do you want us to do next? Warning! A hostile group of creatures is heading towards our base. Prepare for an incoming attack.
Now that the parasites are gone, I can see how much this organism is being strangled by that aggressive thorn vine. Let's go to the east side of the tree to take another look at the situation. I think it's the worst over there.
This is such a weird base we've got here. 100x dot, 100 dot times 10 seconds. Right now it's 20. Is the 100 like for max level possibly? You use pipelines as walls. That is a weird strat. If it works, I guess.
A new tech.
Research completed.
Wasp launcher advanced, so we could try that out now. Where is it? There it is. 40 DPS 800 to 1400. Small machine gun seems to be much better. What type of machine gun am I using now? I've been using the blue one, which does up to 800 DPS. And the red one does how much? Up to 5,300. Alright, well,
Crafting completed.
just because numbers, let's do that. I want it equipped. What? What the hell? Why want it equipped? Nothing will equip.
technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
New vote chat if you're interested. This one's a big one. Oh, there. Okay, now it's working. That was weird. Can you try the upgrades? I think I might have been like in combat or something. I'm not sure. Okay. Boss attack, chat's voting.
Take a look at
I
these
can sell the
thorn
research
vines,
station.
Mr. Riggs. The ones that are on the ground near the base of the tree look natural, but the ones that are strangling the tree look different. They're much thicker and darker. They don't fit here.
I concur, Ashley. These thicker vines look like a mutated version of the natural green ones. Their thorns are piercing the trunk of the great mushroom tree. It looks like they are feeding on this organism.
Let's call them dark thorn to make a clear distinction from the natural thorn vine.
The damage to the tree appears to be deep, substantial, almost intentional.
What if the parasites that we just removed were not the real problem? Maybe they attacked this organism because it was already weakened by the dark thorn.
Some of these dark thorn tendrils span away from the tree. I am picking up a dense energy flux within them.
It's the resin, Mr. Riggs. The dark thorn is pumping out resin from this fungus and it's transporting it somewhere. This is the real root of the problem. We have to destroy these tendrils.
Wait, root of the problem. Wait.
I can try to track that energy flux, and maybe we could check where that resin is heading out. Given this substance's energy capacity potential, we should not ignore that.
Smart thinking, Mr. Riggs. It's great to have you on board with this.
Energy flux mapping in progress. It is a complex branching structure, heading out in a few directions. I am detecting a larger energy condensation within a very dense part of the swamp. I am marking that location as a high-value point of interest for further investigation.
Excellent. We should go there as soon as possible. Great job, Mr. Riggs.
Investigate Thornvine on the east side of the tree. Where?
Danger! Enemy creatures are closing in. Get ready to fight.
Oh boy.
Base is under attack.
Looks like the boss yell summoned us to the northwest, along with a whole bunch of Nurglaxes.
A tower has been destroyed.
Dude, the tracking bullets, what the heck? Are they trying to hit the flying things from the Nurglaxes? I think so.
One of our buildings has been destroyed.
Banana mana, banana boro.
Base is under attack.
Oh, I lost stuff down here.
Tower destroyed.
I feel like I'm not getting popped by the Nurglaxes as bad as I used to. I wonder if they changed something. Like, for example, usually your defenses try to shoot up at those things, but they can't actually hit them, it seems like, so that never works. Like in StarCraft, if you have so much anti-air defense, you can destroy the interceptors from the carrier before the carrier is a problem. But that never worked in this game, but I wonder if it works now. Alright. What's my objective right now? Investigate. No, not that. Fungal thicket. Travel to the fungal thicket. Okay. The Nurglax amount is not as high here. Usually, in the past, though, I feel like if even one was on screen, I was taking, like, damage every second. It just felt, like, unavoidable. It's a lot of fungi. It's like a party. Baxmoth? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, Nurglax is the snail. Baxmoth is the thing I'm talking about. The thing with the, like, it has a swarm coming out of it. Yeah, sorry, I was saying the wrong word. Take everything I said and apply it to Baxmoth.
Rift jump arrow. These are
The trees are moving.
danger. It's a trap. I am detecting a lot of movement.
What?
I didn't expect that. These creatures were camouflaged as trees. We have to be extremely careful around here. The flora and fauna in this biome are extremely dangerous. I didn't expect that.
She didn't expect that twice. The Ents? Yeah, March of the Ents. Feels like I'm playing the
vegetation in this part of
Deep
the
Rock
swamp
Galactic
is
Survivor.
extremely dense. The jungle around our HQ seems like a forest nursery compared to this.
Based on my previous scans, we are probably walking above dark form roots right now.
Are you suggesting that it's responsible for this lush growth?
I think that is a possibility. Biomass density in this area is statistically above average by a large margin.
Interesting. Let's see what we can find at our destination. Mr. Riggs, are you sure
I'm zigzagging
that
a
we're
little
walking
because
toward
those guys
small
charging
hill?
behind me.
We're on a rather steep incline, and we didn't start our journey at sea level. I've just seen glimpses of the fungal swamp river delta in the distance below us.
I may have used imprecise terminology, Ashley. This is a small hill in relation to the broader Galatean landscape. However, when we look at the so-called fungal swamp area, it is the highest peak within its geographical borders.
Sounds like you were just improvising in the beginning, and now you're trying to be a smartass.
I am only trying to be more human, Ashley.
You're such a fast learner. How far are we from the destination?
We are about 2/3 of the way toward our initial rift jump coordinates.
Okay, that's good. I hope the vegetation is less dense where we're headed.
That is rather unlikely, Ashley.
I know.
Ah, snail!
But you can't blame
Snails!
us for having some hope.
I can. That is simply bad logic.
They should have programmed you with some empathy.
My creators did not have empathy, so they could not program it.
My creators had no
Somehow,
empathy.
That makes a lot of sense. I think we're near the top of this mountain. Is that smoke coming from beyond the edge? Is this a volcano?
That would make sense, Ashley, but I do not understand why the planetary scanner did not report that.
That might explain why our rift jump failed in the beginning. I just hope you didn't mistake the fungal resin energy flux for some lava flows.
That is highly unlikely. Volcanic activity would mostly produce thermal radiation. The planetary scanner picked up regular bursts of gamma rays with the same oscillation pattern as from the fungal resin's matter versus antimatter energy metabolism process.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. Is this the place that you marked?
Affirmative. My scans indicate that there is a large energy condensation within the area behind these rocks.
Okay, I can see a crevice that we can fit through. Let's see what is hiding on the other side.
Legendary machine gun. I guess rifle is more accurate. Ah, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. Why can't I move? Got like sludge or something on me?
A new technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
Chat, the Ents appear to be flammable. Who would have thunk? What? That nuke just went off into space. Alright, what's going on here? Activate. Ah, it was a tunnel. Its attack does poison, which reduces your speed. Oh, boy. So if they land an attack on you, you slow down? Okay. Alright. I like the ints. That's cool. That's cool that they added that. It's funny, I've been playing a lot of Total War Warhammer 3 lately, and my favorite group to play is the Dryads, which their strongest unit is called Treemen, and it's basically ints.
Okay, we've made it to the other side, Mr. Riggs. Are you getting better energy flux readings on this side of the wall?
Yes, I am picking up 2 distinct areas with high energy condensation. I am marking them on our map.
I wonder what we're going to see there. Those dark thorn tendrils that were sucking the resin from the great mushroom tree.
Oh, we have no research going. Let's fix that. Let's get those 2 new weapon things for later.
Very intimidating, almost like an evil presence.
Oh, we haven't tried that grenade yet. And they're all resisting it. Useless.
Warning! I am detecting a lot of movement near our destination. Expect strong resistance, Ashley.
Roger that.
Oh my gosh, heal.
A building has been destroyed.
A new technology has been developed.
New buildings are available for construction.
Oh boy, she wasn't kidding, or he wasn't kidding about the resistance comment. This poison grenade it gave me for specifically this region is resisted by pretty much everything
Warning.
here.
A new group of hostile creatures is coming from a nearby nest.
Snail.
Warning! Hostile
This
creatures
is
are
tough.
coming from a nearby nest.
Good
We should
lord.
go there and clear it out. have cleared out the area, Ashley.
These creatures were amassing around this mushroom tree, and the darkthorn growth is here as well. It's sucking up the resin.
Ashley, this resin tree is a part of the same organism as the great mushroom tree where we have built our outpost. Your theory was correct. This is just another fruit body of a single giant organism.
These giant fruit bodies produce a special resin that is insanely rich in nutrients and organic energy cells. The darkthorn seems to be attacking them, leaching the fungal resin.
This theory makes sense. We should learn more about the darkthorn to confirm if it can pose a threat to our mission on Galatea 37. We still have not confirmed if this is a natural parasite or some more recent mutation that could be dangerous to this ecosystem.
We have another point of interest remaining in this area. Let's check it out to see if we can find more answers.
I like this environment. It's very chaotic. Alright.
Research completed.
Power tower done. Power tower done. Okay. Alright, the gas grenades, everything here seems immune to it. So I think we go back to normal grenades. Let's see. Looks like you're supposed to hold off of going to the new area to pretty investigate it. Yeah, the save file that we used was from when I did like just normal brutal, just standard brutal. Because since then, you know, we did like brutal 200%, brutal 500%, etc., etc. I didn't know how bad this was gonna be, so I used the brutal save file, and kind of glad I did. Just while I'm learning and getting used to it. Like, there's a lot of stuff here I would already have had researched based on my current playstyle habits. And like we actually like. 14 minutes to research that, so I think our research stations back at the main base are not even max level because they're taking longer than they should. Let's go for max level minigun. Gotta tell you, the laser sword is putting in work.
Warning! Hostiles nearby. I am detecting a large group of creatures near our destination, Ashley. Prepare for a fight.
Roger that.
I just spawned a turret. I think it got killed immediately.
Warning. Hostile creatures are coming from a nearby nest. We should go there and clear it out.
Difficult weather conditions are over.
Chat, stop playing with the weather. Fire tornado! You have scanner turrets? Yeah, I actually dropped a couple on the way here.
It looks very similar to the previous one. The local creatures were swarming around another mushroom tree that is entangled with darkthorn growth.
It may seem like there is nothing new to learn from this, but it is precisely what we needed. The darkthorn tendrils span out underground from both of these locations, and I can track the energy flux from the fungal resin that they are leaching out from the mushroom trees. It all connects at a central spot, not that far from here. I think we will find more answers there.
The map flickered. This is a huge map, by the way.
Ashley, something strange is coming our way. I don't know how to describe it.
What is this thing?
That thing behind us. What is that? It's like a roiling sludge? Alright, nuke. got a black skull on the minimap. Okay, I'm seeing a response when I fire nukes at it, so that is doing something.
That was a very disturbing encounter. What was that thing, Mr. Riggs? It didn't fit here. It didn't fit here at all.
I do not know, Ashley. It did not have a clearly defined form, and it did not look like any other Galataean creature we had met before.
I mean, we're still
think
fighting
would be
it.
accurate
Do
to
they think we're
describe
done?
it as a multicellular colony with a central cell that was quickly dividing into
Also,
smaller,
there's a snail
similar
shooting at me
cells.
somewhere.
The smaller cells were acting as both a defensive and an offensive mechanism.
I think it was drawn to our presence.
There
Most
it
of
is.
the Galataean wildlife is aggressive to our presence. That is nothing new. However, I think that this creature was also aggressive towards the local flora. It was destroying everything on its path.
It looked like an embodiment of a living disease. Let's call this thing a canceroth. This encounter can't be a coincidence. We're trying to track down the
Canceroth?
source of Darkthorn, and this is what we get?
You are probably right, Ashley. We should expect strong resistance.
This
All right,
is
I
it,
need to do
Mr.
some more
Riggs.
tests.
Darkthorn growth
Explosive
is
damage?
everywhere around here.
I concur.
Seems to work.
We have almost reached our goal.
Bullets are resisted. Alright, so single to like a sentinel tower would. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Use heal. Alright, so they're doing resist from the poison. He's still alive, oh my god.
Warning! Hostile creatures are coming from a nearby nest. We should go there and clear it out.
Okay, energy seems to work, but energy sword gets me uncomfortably close.
Warning!
You need
A new
chemo
group
gun?
of hostile
I
creatures
mean,
is
nuclear does
coming from a
radiation.
nearby nest.
It's basically the same thing, right? One more. Fire tornado damaged it, but it didn't CC it like all the others. Dude, these things. They've been shooting me for a while. There's another one.
Warning!
Wait, are they
Hostile
like, okay, maybe
creatures
they'll
are
keep
coming from a
spawning if I don't
nearby
run past
nest.
them? Let's go
We should
look.
go there and clear
We've
it.
reached the heart of darkness. The cancer
The
rock is
heart of
spawning
darkness.
Here. We have to destroy all of this corrupted growth.
Alright, let's operate under the assumption that these are spawners, and I need to take them out. I'm really glad I put life stealing on the sword. It's a good thing someone gave me nukes earlier, I guess.
Warning, a new group of hostile creatures is coming from a nearby nest.
one icon left on the map. Kind of reminds me of like the corruption in Terraria. The whole time I was running around trying to deal with the other thing, this thing kept getting bigger. Oh, why did that just go overhead again? So it's just like, the longer it's alive, or maybe the more stuff it rolls over, it just keeps gaining mass.
I am not detecting any significant
That's pretty
hostile
cool.
presence in the area anymore.
All of this growth looks corrupted. This place is like an evil, twisted version of this biome.
Research completed.
Extreme minigun unlocked. Ooh. Where is it? It costs $500,000 to fire this weapon for 12 seconds.
There's so much of the Darkthorn growth everywhere. Is this where it's been pumping all of the resin to?
The tendrils that we have tracked were all coming to this place, but it does not mean that this is the only site that is being contaminated with this abnormal growth.
I'm wondering if the Canceroth was controlling the growth of the Darkthorn, or if it was the other way.
Let's see. What else we got? Let's get some more miscellaneous
The
stuff to keep it
Darkthorn
busy.
looks like a mutated version of the thorn vines abundant in this biome, and the Canceroth layers look like they are attached to the thickest Darkthorn tendrils. Evidence points in a single direction.
What if the Canceroth is trying to take control of this enormous fungus that spans the entire swamp?
How and why would it do that?
Think about it. An organism of this size must be too difficult to corrupt easily. You'd have to weaken it first. The resin is the lifeblood of this huge fungus. We've already seen what happened to the great
Oh, wow,
mushroom
that
tree
damage is
when
crazy.
it lost most of its resin.
Look at that.
It was infected with parasites and started to dry out. At the same time, the Canceroth is using the resin to multiply itself and grow in strength. If we don't stop this process, it can lead to disaster. This place is contaminated. We have to burn it to the ground.
I can leave a timed nuclear explosive at this site before we rift jump to safety. That will cleanse the entire area.
Yes, I think this is the best way to make sure it doesn't grow back. We have to return to the fungal swamp outpost as soon as possible. We left the Darkthorn growth intact over there. Let's see what happens to it after we nuke this place.
Let me know when you are ready to proceed. The explosion is going to send out strong seismic waves, which could wake up the volcano. We will not be able to return here.
That's good. I don't intend to get back here. Let's hope we can save the fungal swamp ecosystem by burning out the rot in this place.
A new technology has been developed. New blueprints are available.
Wait,
Research
Flame
completed.
Blade? Oh, that's new. A formidable melee weapon that combines traditional blade craftsmanship with advanced pyrotechnic technology. In addition to its razor-sharp edge for close quarters combat, it emits a wave of intense flames and a short-range arc on.
Crafting
I'm sure there's
completed.
no way that this is going to be better than my current
For crafting.
sword, because the quality difference. That's the Flame Blade show. Perfect for fighting swamp monsters, I guess. Dude, look at that. It actually sets everything on fire. I like the effect. Alright, annihilate the mission area with a nuclear explosion. Okay. Simba, everything the light touches is yours. What's that dark area over there? I don't know, son. It's scary. Let's nuke it. I can't wait to be doing Mutiny Monday and have you guys spawn Canceroths on me. Did seem like, was it poison, acid type damage and single target damage, like bullets, was ineffective against it. Needed like explosives and maybe fire, from what I could tell. Oh, and energy works. So I guess like lasers would burn it away.
Ashley, we are back at the Fungal Swamp outpost. I have visual confirmation from the planetary scanner that the Canceroth lair has been swiped clean by the explosion.
That's reassuring. I can hear that the volcano eruption is still ongoing. Nature will take care of that Canceroth abomination. It looks like the great mushroom tree is doing better after we removed the parasites. And the water around our outpost also seems to be a bit clearer.
All of these signs are positive, Ashley. However, the Darkthorn growth appears to be mostly unaffected by our actions. It is still draining resin from the tree.
That's not good. I secretly hoped it would just wither and die. Can you try to trace the fungal resin's energy flux again? Is it moving far away?
All of the traces end close to our position.
That's good. Maybe we've destroyed it after all, and these are just the remaining parts.
We should destroy this location to prevent any further contamination by this organism. I suggest a 27 megaton fusion explosion at our outpost coordinates to eliminate any
That'll kill the
unnecessary
tree.
risk.
No, we can't just nuke everything. First, you didn't even want to investigate this area, and now you want to obliterate it?
One of my priorities is to suggest the most efficient solutions. This swamp is irrelevant to our primary objective on Galatea 37. We should not waste any additional resources over here.
That's a bit short-sighted. Don't nuke the planet that you want to live on in the future if you don't have to. Please add that to your list of priorities.
How would you suggest to remove the Darkthorn then?
We can protect the Great Tree with plasma shield generators and precisely target the Darkthorn growth with heavy cluster missiles. They have enough range to cover the entire tree. And if we calibrate the shield generators precisely, then the damage should be minimal. The remaining thorn vine should die off without a resin source.
I think you are leaving a large margin of error. But we can still revert to my plan if this does not work out.
Okay. Shield Zone A and Zone B. Are these A and B? There's icons, but the icons don't match here. Okay. Is this one of those things where I can get stuff from it? I think this is one of the things where I can get the stuff for a shield generator. Do I have that research done? I don't know if I do. I do, okay. Alright. What's the difference between the two? I hope I'm doing this correctly.
The plasma shield generator in Zone A is operational.
Is it? It looks like it doesn't have any plasma. Okay. Like, does it just need to be there and not hooked up to anything? Hold on, let's just test. I'm just gonna slam this down, see what happens.
The mission area has been expanded. Please check your map. The plasma shield generator in Zone B is operational.
No, it's
Actually,
not. I don't have any juice for it.
I am picking up a few signatures that look like Canceroth.
Oh, great.
They are heading our way from the east.
Oh no. That means they must be spawning from someplace
Although
nearby.
it's not checked off here. It's not checked off. So maybe it just played the audio that it was done, and it's not? Like, okay, for me to power these things, I gotta find some of the sap or whatever to drain. Oh god. Y'all played Creeper World? Reminded.
Okay, I think that was all of them. Do you know where they could be coming from?
Yes.
The enemy is basically just a big mass of fluid.
There's a large dark thorn tendril looming over that area.
It must still be connected to the great mushroom tree. Let's go there and burn that Hydra.
I'm not sure where to hook up the shield generator to. I don't have a lot of experience with shield generators, and I don't see another one of those plants that they talked about earlier. Your turn, chat. There's a lot of weird new things to vote on.
This island is like a fortress, and the Canceroth just passed through the thorn vines like thin air.
Stop complaining, Ashley. I told you we could just nuke this place.
Maybe we could use some regular nuke launchers. I think that would be justified. The air is blooming. Vegetation started to grow like crazy around us.
Uh-oh. No!
Cover it later.
That gun slows me down too much. Dude, the machine guns can't tear through the undergrowth, apparently.
Detecting any significant hostile presence in the area. Ashley,
are you sure?
We've cleared out the Canceroth lair.
Good. It looks like the Canceroth growth was directly connected to the Darkthorn tendrils.
I hope they all die when we detach them from their source of resin.
Thoughts and prayers, Ashley. But do not worry. If your plan does not work out,
Thoughts
we
and
can
prayers.
always go with mine.
Your support is indispensable, Mr. Riggs.
A new
Thoughts and
technology
prayers, but
has
I'm ready to
been
nuke if you
developed.
need
The
it.
air is getting back to normal. The sudden bloom event has ended.
Okay. Alright, back to this
Research
problem.
completed.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did that say Vine Wall? Vine walls leverage advanced biometric engineering and regenerative plant tech to offer dynamic and resilient fortifications. These living structures integrate seamlessly into defense strategies, providing both protection and tactical flexibility. What? There's new walls? They have less health than... No, they have more health than the weakest wall. The walls also regenerate missing hit points over time, but they do not reconstruct from ruins by themselves. That's cool. That's pretty neat. What else we got? Okay, I'm kind of at an impasse here. Alright, so I need to power these shield generators. And I thought this thing was a plug for the shield juice. I'm not even sure if it really is, though. Like, it kind of looks like one, but it might not be one. I think the pink thing over there might be one from earlier. It's gonna be a really long pipeline, though. Really long pipeline. What happens if you kill one of these guys? It just dies adorably, that's all. Gosh, these things are resilient. Alright, so this does have the pipe. Yeah, alright. I don't know if there's another way I'm supposed to do this. Guess I'll just make some storage and stuff. This feels exceedingly vulnerable. Alright, shield zone A is complete. Can I find another one of those plants somewhere east of me? You're burning through ammo like an American? That's okay, we'll make more. Let's make a storage here in case that pipeline gets broken. Alright. Can I move through oh wow, grass walls, all of them count as doors. You can move through them. Dang, I look forward to trying that out in survival. Let's see how that feels. Okay, here's one. I gotta clear the near area. I feel like the moment a fight breaks out, this is gonna get destroyed. Hopefully the shields being online for like the entirety of a huge attack is not going to be super crucial to the mission.
Base is under attack. A new technology has been developed. New buildings are available for construction.
Where's my base under attack? Okay, build 3 HCM launchers. I think we researched, those are like missile launchers? Power rod tower, HCM tower. 50 energy and 25 flammable gas per second. What's in this pipe? That's sludge. That pipe is flammable gas.
Warning! An aggressive horde is amassing near our base. Prepare to defend our base.
Pipe junction allows the Riftbreaker to cross 2 pipelines and transport different types of liquid resources without mixing them up. That sounds fantastic. What's in this pipe right now? Plus 600. Okay, we don't need that right now. I think the pipe junction is new. Ah, wrong button.
Too close to another building of the same type.
Wait, what? Oh, that's awful. Okay, so I can't have these near each other. This is going to be
The first
very...
heavy cluster missile launcher
Not
is
great.
online and ready.
Oh, thank goodness they added that. Yes. I remember people requesting that one for a long time. This is difficult.
Heavy cluster missile launcher number 2 is operational. The third heavy cluster missile launcher has reached operational capacity. Ashley, we are ready to proceed with your plan. Please head to our outpost building to coordinate the targeted missile launch sequence. I am sure that everything will work out just as expected.
This swamp is not working well with you.
No, research completed. I am fine. The smell of garlimonium makes my wires buzz with excitement.
She did make him pick up poop earlier.
We're ready to start the heavy cluster missile launch procedure, Mr. Riggs.
Acknowledged. Recalibrating plasma shield
hitting quick
generators.
save.
Focusing all power around the Great Mushroom Tree. Power levels locked. Initiating coordinated heavy cluster missile launch sequence. 5, 4, 3,
I hear, look, they're popping
2,
up.
1.
It's hard to see things clearly through all the smoke, but the tree is still standing, and I don't see any large darkthorn tendrils anymore. Let's take a walk around the tree to examine the results.
Warning! An aggressive horde is amassing near our base. Prepare to defend our base.
New buildings are available for construction.
Okay. Oh, it just launched. Where's it going?
Base is under attack.
A building has been destroyed.
Yeah, they're going for the pipelines. Yellow dot. I guess that was where it just shot.
One of our buildings has been destroyed.
Base is under attack.
No research
completed.
selected. Wait, drone swarm? What is that? This consumable item deploys 4 autonomous drones that... Wait, there's consumables in the game now? I guess consumable in the same way that like grenades are. Provide various support functions for limited duration. Whether engaging enemies, gathering resources, or preparing critical structures, these versatile drones adapt to the immediate needs of the battlefield. Once activated, the drone swarm operates independently. That sounds like a very fun thing for a pet enjoyer. Blue skull.
Tower destroyed.
One of our buildings has been destroyed.
Snail nearby. This thing.
A new technology has been developed.
New blueprints.
Oh, I think
are
the
available for
ICBM missile thing might have killed the snail. It'd be freaking lovely if it did.
crafting. Base is under attack.
Be one of my new favorite defenses if it
One of
did.
our buildings has been destroyed. Tower destroyed. Wall destroyed.
Base is under attack.
Wow. That was pretty crazy. That was
A new
pretty
technology
crazy.
has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
You guys got a vote if you want. There is something called Blooming Air I've never seen before. I don't know what that one is. If you guys want to try it out. Lord have mercy.
A new technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
Research completed. We are experiencing a sudden hyperbloom event. The volume of various pollen particles in the air has drastically increased.
What does that do? Pollen particles? Is it like gonna ignite? Is the air more flammable?
A new technology
that's just
has
gonna
been
go forever.
developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
I don't know what that one does, guys. Let me know if any of you figure it out. Go to the east side of the tree. I was so
The
fixated on
dense
repairing.
darkthorn growth on this side is gone. and the trunk of the tree appears to be mostly intact.
I am not detecting any intense energy flux from the great mushroom tree anymore.
Hey, I think this part of the plan worked out quite well.
You might have been right, Ashley, but that does not guarantee that we have destroyed all of the Canceroth. We should monitor this area to make sure that this threat does not... Research completed.
Mortar Sentry. Mortar Sentry is a deployable turret that provides formidable indirect fire support for a limited time. Oh my gosh, flashback of killing people on my team in Helldivers with my summoned mortar. Once activated, it autonomously targets and bombards enemy positions with high explosive mortar rounds. Designed for rapid deployment and ease of use, the Mortar Sentry... I'm gonna add another note on the Riftbreaker Discord. Okay. Just doing my due diligence as a gamer, letting them know that something's broken so they can hopefully fix it. Mortar Sentry. Wait, okay, hold on. Do I already have it ready to be equipped? I do. I'm curious what the range is. All right, my first thought
we
is,
aren't
can
done
it
yet,
reach
Mr. Riggs.
snails?
We can't leave this organism in such a state. There's no guarantee that it will heal by itself. We have to bring it back to its full strength. Otherwise, it's like an open wound, waiting
Tower
to be
range 0 to
infected.
60. Probably
Let's go
not.
to the other side of the tree. I have an idea.
New technology has been developed. New blueprints are available for crafting.
Look at the base of the trunk. This is the healthiest side of the fruit body. It's still dripping with resin, but it's not producing it fast enough to heal the rest of the tree. We can boost this process by transfusing more fungal resin into it.
That might work. But how do you intend to acquire so much resin? The Darkthorn has drained most of it from this area.
This fungus is spanning under
Research completed.
the entire fungal swamp biome. The great mushroom tree is the largest fruit body that we've seen, but we should be able to gather more resin from smaller specimens that have not been attacked by Darkthorn. We can then transport it here through liquid compressors and decompressors. Can you scan for an area that could potentially contain some younger resin trees?
Please wait. I am recalibrating the planetary scanner to search for traces of the fungal resin's energy spectrum. I think you enjoy challenging me, Ashley.
As a matter of fact, I do, Mr. Riggs. There's no better way to spend the day.
Challenge completed. I found a remote area of the swamp, near the ocean. Quantum scans indicate that it is relatively young and should contain substantial amounts of resin. I have marked it on the planetary scanner interface.
Perfect. Let's go there as soon as we can.
Fungal Forest. Okay, so it's on a new section of the map. It's a new map. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, so I am going to save it here. And what I might do between now and next time is simply go to the main base and upgrade the research stations just to unlock more stuff. Just let that run for a while off stream. But next time we will pick it up right here and continue the story of the new expansion. All right, save it one more time just out of paranoia. Okay, you guys ever do that? Hit quick save, start to leave the game, and then hit nevermind, and then save it one more time. Alright, chat. Thank you guys for a wonderful evening stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. A couple plugs on the way out. If you happen to be new to my channel, my name is Mukluk. I stream every single evening and every weekday morning. I will be back tomorrow night since we're going into Saturday now. So Saturday night for the next stream. For those of you who are interested, going to be focusing on the Riftbreaker's new campaign mode. And then, once we get through that, we will get back to our normal schedule. But Monday night, you can look forward to me trying out the Mutiny Monday with the survival mode of the new game mode. Hopefully it'll all be up and running with bug-free experience, stuff like that. But so far I'm having a lot of fun. I'm eager to try out more of these new weapons like the drone swarm that we just unlocked that I just haven't seen yet. And some good additions to the game. Usual stuff, hit the follow button on Twitch, like and subscribe if you're on YouTube right now. It really does help us out. These are links to my 2 YouTube channels if you'd like to check those out. And a very special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support. Could not do it without them. And there's a link to that if you are interested. You guys have a very good night. Sleep well. I'll see you tomorrow. Say it backwards. Edge the need only you'll but see to take, please. Week every giveaways, beakers, the touch don't speakers, the up crank, way the on is entertainment, stay the enjoy. You hope we lab the two viewer, dear you welcomes, third the Snuffles, Van Chauncey, Sir, and fourth the Esquire, Reginald Bartholomew, Douglas, Mukluk. The words pour from his mouth, nearly tripping over themselves in their haste. My name is Zunikai. I used to be a slave here, but then I worked hard and they made me an overseer. I kept a good eye on the slaves, and if anyone slacked off, I whipped them hard. Don't clip it. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, hi. You stay there. I'm going that way. Deal. You broke the deal. Oh, Chauncey can swim. I didn't know that. How does he look so dapper while swimming? I've never seen a cat look that dapper while swimming. Like, look, his chest is out. He's just like, yeah. Have you attempted Oxygen Not Included? Mm-hmm. I played it on stream, and one very memorable memory is anyone who was at the stream, I was letting them name one of my replicants after them. And I said, Joe Niels, which one do you want to be you? And one of them had like explosive bowel syndrome or something, and he donated $50 and he was drunk and he made the British guy said, I want a character, make me the poop one. I don't know if anyone on Twitch has ever spent $50 to say make me the poop one, but that day Joe did, and it burned into my mind. The flashlight that we picked up earlier is in hand now. Oh, that's us. Oh, yo, I was getting... Cardboard, this is not going to go well. Run an update. I'm running software updates. This is true horror, chat, because I was a tech support. I can't get away from it. Updated. They just left bread on the table. That bread's gonna dry out. The bread is gonna dry out. There's so much bread. You don't, like, there's the baby's not eating bread. There's 2 of us. There's like 3 loaves of bread there and another 4 right here. What are you doing? Put some saran wrap on it. It's gonna dry out. New oh my god, a freaking patron sound. Oh, yeah, just like, a new arrival, and then Ed Wolf was sure to follow. Oh, hello, welcome, page. Sit down, you. Oh, Season, good to see you. I use numpad for my mounts. I use numpad for this, and 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 other things.
I'm trying to sleep here.
Am I too loud? Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Jökulhlaup.